woman in STEM. And this fellowship has helped me to overcome those anxieties. We had another student, Amaya Hughes, who said, I found myself excited to learn about my own history. As a young Black woman raised in Kentucky, I have become more proud to say that I am from here. And that student worked on a project related to researching Kentucky artists, musicians, and learning about their history and their travels and achievements here in the state of Kentucky. Next slide, please. The representation in the library profession has remained relatively unchanged since it was documented nationally in the 1980s. So we want to be a change agent. This past spring, we joined the Association of College and Research Libraries Diversity Alliance. This allows us to be part of a national network that supports librarians of color. As a result, we're committed to providing a 2 to 3 year position for an entry-level librarian of color. We have designed this position to be student-facing, and the librarian has the option of living in the dorms and serving as a faculty and resident. This will ensure that the librarian of color becomes a strong part of our campus community, and that we in turn provide equitable compensation and stupendous support in terms of someone becoming a new academic librarian. Next slide, please. In Goal 3, we initiated a proposal process internally within the library for any of our staff who want to innovate in terms of DEI projects. So with the support from Daryl's office, we were able to fully launch this program this spring, and we started a collection of pedagogical materials for our faculty to use that really focus on inclusive teaching strategies. So with the support of that office, we have launched an initial collection of an impressive 100 books. So those are now available for our teaching faculty to explore and use and integrate within the curriculum. And finally, next slide, please. Last year, we began an open educational resources program. Daryl talked a lot about access, and this really speaks to that goal. This gives low-income, first-generation, and underrepresented minorities an opportunity to receive course materials that they might not have otherwise due to financial constraints. This allows also our faculty to select and modify course materials to reflect the diversity of our campus and our region. Our pilot grant program includes more than 19 faculty, and I expect this program to grow exponentially over the next year. So this is just a whirlwind tour of 4 of our goals and the IE work happening within Steele Library. Thank you again for giving us the opportunity to shine.
It's been absolutely wonderful working with Steele Library. Andrea and I always joke that I'm a library nerd, and I am. I love libraries and books. And so when we first had the conversation with instructional design, I gave them a list of about 125 books and journals and said, I would like to see these in the library. We don't have these here, and I think this will really enhance the opportunities, especially when you start to really have a more diverse pedagogy in the classroom. They got excited. They were like, we're already on that road. We bought every book. Between our office and the funds that they have, we're able to combine our dollars. And I'm so proud to have an Inclusive Excellence pedagogical collection in the library with its own section. I think that speaks volumes about Northern Kentucky University, our commitment to diversity, both in academic pursuits and in research. And so I love working with the library, and it's been a wonderful ride. Thank you, Andrea, and we look forward to more things. We had other things planned that involved a couple master classes last year that got canceled because of COVID. The speakers canceled them, so we couldn't do it, but we had a whole Inclusive Excellence series that was going to be master classes in the library that COVID took away, but know this, we're going to bring it back. So let's move to the next slide. So outside of DEI and inclusion work that we're doing in terms of the goals, there's some other really operational things that have to happen. And one of those things is making sure that people are trained and understand. And so our office, myself, we've done over 100 individual trainings for unconscious and implicit bias trainings for search committees over the last 4 semesters. It's been daunting, it's been a lot, and because we don't just do a one-size-fits-all, open the box, do the training, we do a tailored suit approach to the departments and to the individuals and to the needs of those colleges when we do those trainings. We've been involved in new administrator training. We've done belonging trainings with faculty and staff. Recently this fall, it was wonderful to be actually face-to-face with students doing student peer coach training around diversity, equity, inclusion. And this year we were invited, and I did first year law student training at Chase Law. It was amazing. They were brilliant. They have now recorded that training and shown it to upperclassmen as well. And so when we think about training, we had to be really innovative during COVID, and we knew that. And so we made sure that we did pre-matriculation training for diversity, equity, and inclusion for students when they were coming in. And it was part of a mandatory part. And we're proud to say that we have great participation. This fall, out of the 1,480 students, 1,100 completed the diversity training. And it's an hour-long training. These students finished it. We have 88 more students who are in progress who we know will get done. We did diversity, equity, inclusion training for all faculty and staff in 2020, also, which was electronic training, online training. And we did pre-matriculation sexual assault prevention training for all first-year students in Title IX last year in 2022. And it went really, really well. And I will share with you that when we had new regulations that came on from the federal government, we had to train everybody, every student all over again. We had a responsibility to make sure that they had an extensive training on the new regulations and how they worked. And so out of the 13,157 students, we were able to train 9,164 of them. They went completely through the training, over 70% completion. We got major kudos from our colleagues around CPE and around the country. They were like, we're not sure how you did it. But we did it by really pushing and by having great partners. You don't do this work by yourself. You know, I have great partners in each of the colleges. I have great partners or faculty and administrators who believe in this work. And, you know, diversity work is everybody's business. You know, it is not just the responsibility of the CDO. We have to do this together. And then we did sexual assault prevention that same year, got 69% participation when we trained 1,500 out of 2,194. I will say that this year, I'm extremely proud. We have a new Title IX investigator in Morgan Kilholtz, who's in the room. I'll talk a little more about her later. But this year, she pushed training really hard. And out of the 1,484 students, she was able to get 1,165 of the students completed in the sexual assault prevention training. And there are 103 students still in progress. So we've been doing a lot. Did a lot of training. We trained every athletic team and every coach in athletics on Title IX. And so we're constantly moving, constantly grooving. But Title IX and diversity, equity, inclusion work is not balloons and cookies. It's not having social gatherings. It's about processes. It's about policies. It's a business imperative. Let's go to the next slide. Hiring and search processes. Again, we've done over 100 plus individual search committees that we've trained in divisions all across the enterprise. We're requiring every major search to post positions at least 2 diverse professional networks and intentionally recruit racially diverse applicants with the goal of increasing the candidate pools. And we've created equitable hiring processes. I won't go into this elaborately, but some of our colleges, through my training, have gone on to do blind searches where they redact the names, because sometimes names are indicators. They redact, you know, all those other racial and gender identifying things, and just look at skills, look at abilities. And I'm telling you, our pools grew in diversity. And we're proud to say that some of them turned out with some incredible underrepresented minorities as hires. And in other situations, we didn't get an underrepresented minority as a hire, but we got an outstanding, creative, talented, and top-notch, top-performing person that we hired who understood diversity but was not a person of color. And so, you know, the processes are not to keep people out, it's to bring people in. And we really were proud of where it's gone. Let's go to the next slide. One of the things I'm really excited about is the relationship I have with the Provost's office. The Provost's office has invested so much and has been such a partner with me. For example, when we were talking about buying the books, the first thing Matt Cecil said to me was, if you need any more resources for something like that, come back to me. That shouldn't be a barrier for us to be able to provide our faculty with an opportunity to diversify their pedagogy. It's such an important part of the work. And so it goes with the development of diversity fellows. And so we have 3 diversity fellows here at the institution, and they really are engaged in intentional kinds of work around diversity, equity, inclusion on the faculty and on the academic side of the house. And they're wonderful. And I will say, I don't mean to call one person out, but I will say that the work that Dr. Danielle McDonald has done on promotion and tenure of underrepresented groups and the training and development that she developed. And I had the pleasure of being able to be there when she was doing it and be a part of it. But it's her work. Her and Dr. David Childs is some of the best work I've seen in and around those issues. And so the diversity fellows are making a difference, and we're thrilled to have them. And I think it's another innovative way in which NKU is setting ourselves out front as thought leaders in this work across the country. Let's go to the next slide. In order to do this work, as you all know, you have to go to the next slide, please. You have to have benchmark data. How do you know if you've gotten better? And so I want to thank the Office of Institutional Research, who has been my partner throughout this, because when you look at equity analyses, you're not doing it as I gotcha moments, like, oh, look where we have deficits. You're looking at it as, where do we have opportunities to grow the institution? Where do we have deficits? Where can we get better? And so this equity analysis is actually about a 28-page piece. I'm going to show you about 3-4 slides for the sake of time. But in this one, we're looking at the chairs, the department chairs by race. And so we knew that in fall of 2019, about 83% of the chairs were white, and we had 2 Asian and 2 Black chairs. And we said we wanted to look at how we have representation in academic leadership, and how has it been. And then we looked in 2020, we actually had a decline, and we only had 2 Asian representatives who were chairs, and about 90.9% of the chairs were in fact white. And then we looked at this year in 2021, we're at about 91.7%. We're working very hard. Matt Cecil's working very hard to have diverse, qualified, talented individuals out in front, being the leadership. And I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised as we move forward how more diverse those chairs and deans of the colleges become. Because we're intentional, we're methodical, and we're recruiting, and we're trying to figure out, how do we have the greatest innovation? How do we have the best representation? And we know that when you have diverse individuals in the classroom, you have diverse perspectives, and students leave even more prepared, and all the research speaks to that. When we look at go to the next slide, please. When we look at the faculty by race, by college, we know that overall that 15% of our a little over 1,000 total faculty are faculty of color. And when we look at Chase Law, 11% were faculty of color, Arts and Sciences, 15%, the College of Business, 16%, the College of Education at 8%, and we're aspirational there, the College of Health and Human Services, around 14%, with the College of Informatics coming in at 23%. This data is very helpful as we look at who we are and how our representation in specific areas, and it has really been great for us as we've looked at the possibilities for recruitment. When we look at retention, let's go to the next slide. When we look at retention data, we really wanted to look at how we were doing at retaining the individuals we brought in. And so here's where one of the spaces where we really say we're excited about looking at doing better and improving the work and getting better. When we look at our faculty, full-time faculty retention by race and fifth-year retention, by 5th year, we've lost about 50% of all of our faculty of color who are tenure track, about 50%. It's for male and female, it's the same, about 50%, especially of African American. For Latinx, it's a little better, we maintain about 60% and 57% respectively. But when we look at the tenure track, 5th year retention, 50% return rate for African Americans and 60% return rate for Latinx faculty, compared to 69% return rate for white faculty. The overall 5th year retention rate for new tenured and tenure track faculty is at 65%. So we really want to get better at retaining our tenure track faculty of color. 5th year is really the year when they become tenured or when they move toward tenure. And so by the 5th year, we've lost 50% of them. And so we're really aspirational about how do we do better? Do we have mentorship? What are the reasons that they're leaving? And we've done some of that work. We've done some focus groups, and we have some information and we have some understanding about why folks are leaving. When we look at staff, it's a little more daunting. We have about a 24% return rate for Black or African American staff, and about a 33% return rate for Latinx staff. What we realize is that by the fifth year, that we've lost about 64% of our African American female staff members. And we're not talking about people who do janitorial work or work in the cafeteria. Those are very noble jobs, but we're talking about our administrative staff. We've lost about 64% of them by their fifth year, who are African American and female. We've lost 50% of them by fifth year who are Latina. And when we look at African American male by the fifth year, we've lost 86% of them by their fifth year of employment here. We didn't have enough data for Latinx men, and overall retention is about 23%. So we're looking at why are people leaving? Why are people leaving the institution? Why are they leaving in these pretty large numbers? And why are we having such difficulty in retaining them as staff here at the institution? Let's go to the next slide. All right, I just did this slide. This was full-time staff retention by race. That's what I was just talking about just there. Campus Climate Survey. The Campus Climate Survey, we were doing it again in January of this year. The Campus Climate Survey we first started doing in 2014 and 15. It really does inform us about what the experience is like for individuals on campus, especially faculty, staff, and students. The equity assessment and the climate survey were two of the tools we used in crafting the diversity goals. Again, you have to benchmark who you are, benchmark what the experience is like for the people who work there, and be honest about it, because data does not lie. Data tells you a great deal of your story. And for this business imperative, we needed to have I always tell people all the time, information without data is opinion. And when you're doing diversity work, you can't show up with opinion. And so again, the Campus Climate Survey is another one of our qualitative measures that we use to find out about the satisfaction of the institution and the campus. Let's move to the next slide. So what are the things that we're also doing that are proactive to really make a difference and change the experience for students and faculty and staff here? And one of those things we were really proud of was the Inclusive Teaching Academy, which happened last spring. We had over 175 registrants from just this institution alone. We brought in speakers from across the country. We brought in D.L. Stewart from the University of Denver, Dr. Shauna Morgan, who's from the Center of Teaching and Learning at the University of Kentucky. We brought in Dr. Kyra Shahid from the University of Michigan. And we did 2 days of intensive looking at how do you make your classroom more inclusive? How do you make your pedagogy more inclusive? How do you retain students? How do you make sure students are successful? How do you make people feel like they belong in your classroom? We had an incredible group of individuals who came to campus and provided us with great instruction. And in fact, the response and the evaluations were through the roof. I shared the evaluations all over campus. Almost every workshop ended up in the 90th percentile of satisfaction. And people want them to come back. Let's go to the next slide. Again, it was a 2-day immersion into foundational knowledge, skills, and abilities necessary for faculty and staff who wish to lead and instruct through a lens of racial equity, inclusivity, while creating a learning environment that fosters a sense of belonging for every student. Let's go to the next slide. One of the ways in which we're measured on how well we're doing as an institution with diversity is the Council on Post-Secondary Education's report. It's a required report that we have to submit, and we have to submit a development plan that aligns with CPE's statewide policy on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it focuses on the following: recruitment and enrollment of diverse students, which include underrepresented minorities, first-gen and low income, student progression and success, which is recruitment, retention, and graduation, and campus climate, inclusiveness, and cultural competency, which is our training, our programs. And if in fact you do not pass and you don't get the score that is required, you're not allowed to add new academic programs. So you can't add new majors, any new academic programs. And so we have taken great pride in that. Several universities, even some of the flagship universities in this state, have fallen short. But we're still hanging in there. We're doing well, and we're actually scoring at the top of the list. We're doing very well. And every institution is required to set targets. We set targets in 2015 that had to be met by spring of 2021, which just passed. And those targets focus on opportunity, success, and impact. And right now we're writing new benchmarks as we move forward. Let's go to the next slide. So how have we done on this? The maximum possible score is a 36. You have to get a 24 for new degree program eligibility. In 2019, my first year, we received 29 points. We got 11 out of 18 on the quantitative measures. We got 18 out of 18, or a perfect score, on the qualitative, and 29 points was the highest NKU scored during this 5-year process. And then this year, we scored at 28, just shy. We got 10 out of 18 on qualitative, and 18 out of 18, again, a perfect score on the qualitative narrative. But I will tell you the reason why we are not getting higher scores. Our quantitative scores are impacted by our inability to meet the targets for low-income students, underrepresented minorities, retention, graduation rates, and numbers of degrees conferred. And so in 3 of those buckets, we actually got zeros, opposed to no points at all, because of our inability to meet the targets for low-income, underrepresented minorities, retention, graduation rates, and numbers of degrees conferred. And so we really have work to do there. Again, it's a business imperative from the perspective of how CPE allows us to grant open new degree programs. It's also a business imperative for our numbers and our growth of our institution, and the stability of our student population, and our ability to grow revenue, and our ability to be all that we can be as an institution. So again, it's a business imperative, and this is one of those measures put in place by the Council on Post-Secondary Education that we have to submit to every year. Let's go to the next slide. So what are we doing else? What else are we doing? We're doing some great things. This spring we have the Higher Ed Equity Symposium that we'll be hosting in partnership with the Council on Post-Secondary Education. That will be here on November 14th and 15th. We're excited about it. We're asking our faculty to respond to the call for papers, because it's a great opportunity for them to showcase the great work they're doing. And I will say this to you, and I say this with all seriousness. The first time I wrote the CPE report to be submitted, and when you pull it out of the rubric, it's about 28 pages, single-spaced. And I would tell you, I've never been a part of writing the document that made me more proud. Northern Kentucky University is doing some amazing things in our academic departments, in our units, as it relates to diversity. We don't tell our story. Our story is not being told. But every year when we go to CPE, and when they do our evaluation, which is live streamed, we get accolades about how amazing Northern Kentucky University is, how innovative we're being with diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how some of our approaches could be national standards and could be modeled by other institutions. And folks have said that out loud, but we don't tell our story. But we have to get to the point where we're a little less modest about our accomplishments, especially in things that are business imperative. And on this date, we'll be hosting the symposium, and I'm really proud because NKU should be the host. We're doing great things at this institution, and it's going to be a great time on campus to host the Council on Post-Secondary Education Equity Symposium. Let's go to the next slide. So next, one of the things I wanted to do, and we're closing out, was how are you impacting students? How do you make a difference for students? And so we wanted to make sure that when we do diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, that they also focused on the needs of students. And here to share with you about our newest student-facing program is our SGA president. I want to say Dr. Daniel Myers. Woo! Oh, come on now. Daniel Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Peel. So Mr. Peel talked a lot about the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion on our campus and how we're working towards that, especially from an administrative standpoint and a faculty standpoint. But we also want to highlight what we're doing for the students as well. So the Office of Inclusive Excellence are starting a new peer educator program, which is designed to empower students to engage with the values of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging among their peers. It also allows them to participate in the development of curriculum that aligns with the culture and climate of the campus in real time. Next slide, please. So the Peer Educator program has 3 areas of focus: peer training, peer programming, and peer support and advocacy. It will allow students to be involved in the program with university housing and other student groups on campus. Peer educators will also be involved with the new student orientation, helping to foster an inclusive student life culture. We expect that this program will also provide opportunities for students to build relationships across cultural boundaries, come up with creative ways to have critical conversations, and ultimately highlight the student voice in this work, permitting students to carry their own narrative in their own way. This is going to create a tailored approach for students by students, because with diversity training and creating that inclusive environment, it's better coming from the students and the peers that you see in your classroom each day.
And I want to thank Daniel for providing incredible leadership. He's now a member of the Inclusive Excellence Council. We're growing those individuals on that council, and he's also assisting us in other ways, helping us to find students to work on different boards and committees as it relates to even the hearing boards for Title IX and those things. And so having good student representation who is committed to this work is significantly important, and having students who are excited about it really makes a difference. So thank you, Daniel. Let's move to the next slide. The Bias Incident Response Protocol Response Team. Quite frankly, this is one of our newest programs here on campus. The purpose of the Bias Incident Response Protocol Team was to provide support, outreach, and education and resources to individuals who have experienced some type of trauma as it relates to some bias that they've experienced, whether they've been called racial epithets or they've been attacked or there's been a homophobic kind of incident on campus. But we want to be there. We are that team that makes sure that we address that with the faculty, the staff, or the administrators, and work with those individuals who have been impacted by this bias-motivated incident. And it should be noted that students participated in the development of the writing of the mission, the vision, and the reporting process for this Bias Incident Response Protocol team. There's also the team comes together to listen to, analyze, and make recommendations for whether or not we're going to do training, mediation, restorative justice, or some campus-wide discussion. And COVID has really kind of kept us in a box. We haven't really been able to spread our wings. But I need you to hear that this is not a hearing board. We're not a judicial committee. We do not adjudicate someone responsible. What we are is a group of individuals who are dedicated to making sure the institution knows that this has occurred, provide opportunities for conversation around training, mediation, and restorative justice so that our students feel safe, so they feel like someone cares, that they've had an advocate, they weren't just harmed, and that the university doesn't care. Again, it's a business imperative. How do we keep our students here? How do we keep our students feeling safe? How do I keep our students feeling like they're part of the very fabric of the institution, and that if they're harmed emotionally, psychologically by an incident, that there's someone there who will be with them, hold their hand, and walk them through, whether it's taking them to the judicial office, whether it's taking them over to North Violence Prevention for counseling, whether it's taking them over to judicial affairs to file charges. But whatever way that we stand there with them, for them, in times of difficulty. Next slide. Title IX, for many of you who have been on this board for a long time, Title IX has always been a very difficult conversation and is also a source of major concern. But right now, I feel like we have a great process. We maintain our ethic of care for all those involved in Title IX processes while complying with the enhanced due process requirements that just came out of the last administration. We are thrilled to have Morgan Kilholtz. Is Morgan in the room? Morgan's back there. Please stand, Morgan. Yay, Morgan. Morgan is our Title IX investigator. She's a very talented attorney, a very smart and savvy woman who is laser focused on equity, diversity, inclusion, and the safety of our students and bringing things to closure. She does a great job. And so, one of the things that people don't talk about oftentimes is Title IX is not just sexual assault. It's also pregnancy and family issues that students may experience here on campus. It's athletics. It's whether or not things are, includes women's athletics and sports and equity in sports. But more importantly, we really try to be that provide that ethic of care. And we've had 8 pregnancy accommodation inquiries just from spring to summer, where students asked for accommodations and we had to intervene. We've had 93 sexual misconduct reports filed from August of 2020 to 2022. And I will use that window because that's under the new regulations that came out that we're currently operating under. We've had 8 formal complaints filed with resolutions listed below. I won't insult your intelligence by reading them to you, but I would say to you that this is very time-consuming work. It's very heartfelt work. It's very important work. And again, it also creates an environment of safety and commitment to our students that's significantly important. And so when we talk about our office, we don't just do diversity, equity, and inclusion from a single lens. We also do it from a Title IX perspective and ensure that there's due process and opportunity for students who may be harmed by a sexual assault or sexual misconduct that is brought to closure in an equitable and fair way. Next slide. And that could have been a whole presentation in itself, Title IX. But thank you for your time. I appreciate it. and I'm here for questions.
Thank you. We have time for a few questions.
Thank you,
Andre?
Mr. Peel. And let me say from the outset that diversity, equity, and inclusion and elevating this work to a cabinet level is something that this president did early on in his administration. In higher education across the country right now, there is a scramble for talent in this area because this is an enterprise-wide strategy. And I think you've heard talk and touch HR, faculty, recruiting, student recruiting. Campuses and universities that get this work right and do it well, do it strategically because it's an enterprise strategy. Campuses and universities that don't do this work well focus it primarily on let's go get a diverse population of students. And then the students get here and they don't stay. And the faculty come and the staff come and they don't stay. So a couple of questions, Mr. Peel. Can you help the board monetize this work? When we think about students in seats, when we think about faculty retention or attraction, or we think about staff retention and attraction, can you help us, and I don't mean to say give us a designated number, but can you help us monetize what this means in terms of lost revenues and lost productivity every time we have to go out and hire and replace new faculty, new staff, and what that also might mean to the fact that students who have built relationships in this support network leave with them?
You kind of almost answered part of your question when you talked about the cost of doing yet another major search for a researcher, and the cost of bringing them in and flying them in, and the time commitment that come from the faculty and staff who have to be on these search committees and not doing their research, being able to spend time with their students. There's definitely a cost there. But I also say let's start with students first, though. If you retain, let's say, 30 students out of a class of 400 of students of color, that's about $1 million. And if you can retain more and more of those students every year, you have to recruit fewer. And also, too, then reputationally, you grow. And that helps you grow more students who are interested in your institution. When you gain a reputation of being a place that's safe, when you gain a reputation of being an institution that embraces diversity, equity, and inclusion, you're going to attract more students because they're going to say, that is a place where I can go and belong. And so it's definitely a business imperative. Also, too, I will say this. You know, when we think about institutional ability to grow its pedagogy and its reputation academically, you then become a destination for faculty of color in places when they hear that there is a place where I can have academic freedom, where my work can be embraced, my pedagogy is not minimized, and so then it also helps us to grow, you know, even the pool of individuals who will apply to your institution. You know, and so ultimately it impacts you reputationally, it impacts the quality of life of folks there, which again, the whole replacing students, it's easier to retain students than to go out and replace them all again. And also the reputational damage. I would say to you that NKU right now, we don't have a bad reputation or a bad brand in the greater Cincinnati area where we would like to go and gain new students, but we don't necessarily have a brand there at all. You know, I oftentimes when I go to events and programs in Cincinnati and I'm there representing the university, folks will ask me, well, how was your drive over? I'm like, I don't know, 10 minutes. They think I drove for the last 6 hours, and we're across the bridge. And so if we really want to have and get our tentacles into these populations and communities where there's great opportunity for us to grow the diversity of our faculty, our staff, our administrators, right now we have a challenge with when we advertise jobs for having strong numbers of people apply. But realistically, I think there's a whole pool of individuals who could possibly be employees who are just over the bridge, who aren't necessarily in tune to our needs, the opportunities at the institution. And when you grow diversity, you grow opportunity, you grow even a larger stakeholder group, and even a larger group of individuals who can apply and engage the institution. So yeah, it's definitely a big part of the formula for financial stability. And also too, I will say this: students stay at institutions where they feel like in the classroom they're gaining new knowledge, new information, and also too they like learning from people oftentimes who look like them, who share their experience, who make them feel there's a level of normalcy of their occupancy in that seat in the classroom. And when you never feel that at an institution, it rarely becomes home, and there's a very little chance that you're going to stay.
Go ahead.
Just one other point for Regent Watt's question, and Darrell clearly articulated the value proposition and the monetary aspect of it. I would just add something that I know he mentioned before about the CPE performance funding model that we adopt has multiple criteria, including the allocation of bachelor's degrees for URM and low-income students. And consistently, especially this past year, NKU has exceeded the sector average on each of those metrics. So there is real monetary impact on this work. So it's not just the right thing to do, it also helps the bottom line. And the fact that we outperformed all the other regional comprehensives in that category is worth noting. And it's thanks to the great work of what the campus has been doing.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I have a couple of others, but I'm going to yield to my colleagues on the board.
Yeah, and we only have time for a few questions, so. Go ahead.
On the retention issue, you said you've gotten some information, have sort of a sense of the issues there, and I'm wondering, could you speak a little bit to what extent that's maybe a compensation thing or a culture thing or some combination thereof and other things?
Absolutely. Quite frankly, for many faculty of color who are in the tenure track position, oftentimes there was a feeling of a lack of value placed upon their research, and that their research wasn't necessarily treated as valuable as research that may not have a kind of a cultural competency slant, and then for some of them it was a lack of mentorship. They really felt as though they were alone in the process, and that they would like to have had a champion, someone who was there for them to not necessarily hold their hand, but to give them guidance, that they had to go through each and every aspect and challenge of the process alone, and they felt that was daunting. Compensation wasn't always the focus for those in that particular process, but it was definitely a focus for individuals who had been here for an extended period of time. Many of them who decided to leave the institution felt like there was no pathway to promotion at the institution, that oftentimes that when leadership for departments and units was hired, it was hired externally, and that they weren't seen as possible candidates, and there was no pathway to promotion, which meant there was no pathway for increased salary and opportunities. There was also issues in and around, oftentimes, in terms of engagement. How do we cross-culturally communicate with each other? What is allowed to be said in the workplace? How that impacts individuals who are people of color or women, and so there was a need for more mediation and intervention in workplace politics and in terms of engagement. So many of them left for those reasons as well. Oftentimes we would say, well, our faculty left because they could go to another institution and make more money, and that's not always been the cause. I want to dispel that myth. That is not it. it's somewhat sometimes about quality of life. And even when we talk about students and the retention of students, we oftentimes say, well, maybe they left because they couldn't afford the institution. But many of our students, underrepresented students, and those are well supported monetarily by the institution. And some of them are Pell eligible, and so the finances wasn't the issue. But what we found in our campus climate survey the first year was students said that, many of them, why they were leaving, is that the campus climate for them was a difficulty. And we said, be more specific. They said, well, the most uncomfortable place on campus sometime is not the rec center, it's not the residence hall, but it's the classroom. It ends up being the most unwelcoming space on campus because of approaches, conversations, and that's not everybody, but that was what the students gave us as feedback, and that's why we started to do the Inclusive Teaching Academy, to really have conversations about what does it mean to have an inclusive classroom. Because when you don't have an inclusive classroom, and if students feel like the most unwelcoming place on campus is not the residence hall or the dining hall or whatever, but it's the classroom, then we're really starting to impact our ability to maintain and retain students because they come here for that reason first. They're here for the education portion of it. And so really starting to address that. And so I could go on.
Okay. One more. Andre, I think you had another. And then we need to take a break.
I think that in relationship to the CPE, and I want to draw back to that, because I think that for this board is something we really need to put our minds around. In your opinion, what are the things that we can do better, not on the narrative portion, but on some of the other areas of the CPE report that we can gain additional points in? The fact that we are at the top of the scores already is one thing, but it's still about us as an institution. What can we do as an institution, and what can this board support via the president that allows us to move those numbers even greater?
It's kind of a multi-contextual kind of response to that. And institutional research, Corey Henderson's here at the table, can help explain some of this. I would say this, let me unpack it a little bit for you. So for example, we received very low scores on our first gen and low income first gen students. And they want us to numerically have a much larger number than we do currently. But when we looked at our data, and we met with the president, and the president was one of our biggest soldiers on this and came with us, the data shows a decline. We can never, it's almost numerically impossible for us to have the kinds of gains numerically in those numbers when those students don't exist in Kentucky. And there's a declining number of those students in those spaces. And so some of it is, we're still in debate. President Videa has met with Aaron Thompson. We have done extensive data analyses of some of these things. And so if in fact those things remain constant, we will probably continue to get zeros. And Corey, I think you'll agree. But they have to have even a more tailored suit approach to even, numerical expectations of growth in some of those spaces. Now, we can do better with underrepresented minority students. We can do, there's an opportunity for growth there if we expand our recruitment efforts. But also, as an institution, we're going to need to make sure we give enrollment management the staff they need to be able to get it done. There's a lot of challenges. This is a big recruiting area. And as I write the CPE report, I look at, they're stretched. They're doing some amazing and magnificent things, but the support there. And I think other than that, I think that realistically, we do have an opportunity to grow in those areas if we are laser focused on those retention deficits that we have. But I do want to make sure that you understand that at least in two of those compartments that, and Corey, I hate to pull you in, but can you share some of that?
No, I agree. And particularly, it would be the low-income students for our degree students. And so for the bachelor's degree, we just simply don't have it in the pipeline of those low-income students. And we've also seen those declines just throughout the Commonwealth. So the state of Kentucky has seen declines in low-income students. So it's very difficult for us to meet these lofty and very aspirational targets. And so, as Daryl has said, we have been in conversations with CPE. President Videa has been in conversations with them just to help us to create more realistic goals for those targets because we don't have those numbers, or they're just not there for us in order to meet some of those targets.
As I shared with you earlier, how I do diversity work, I believe that you also have to have benchmark data. Information without data is opinion. And when we start to look at the Commonwealth itself, those numbers are dwindling extremely fast. And so to say that we're going to increase numerically by 100 or 150 more students from a population that's already going in the opposite direction, we just don't know how we're going to get that done. And so I appreciate the question, because I think when we look at those numerical measurements, we say, well, wow, why are we doing so poorly there? And it's not a lack of institutional commitment. It's about realistic kinds of analyses of potential and opportunity.
So I would ask this board to consider, as we think about our former and current conversations about who our potential students are, who we target, where we market, where our opportunities for student populations and faculty and staff and others are. I believe there is a gold mine in this data and in this report that we can actually massage more thoroughly.
One last question anywhere? No? Okay. Thank you, Darryl. I certainly appreciate your commitment to measurement that's more nuanced and more complex and gets us past tokenism. I appreciate very much you putting it in those terms. So, thank you. We're going to take, let's try to 5-6 minute break, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
Congratulations on your role. Very exciting. Yes. Did you make your stop to Wendy's today?
No, I decided.
I have to go check it out first.
Check it out. And
Yep.
delicious.
There's Corey. Who else we?
Yeah.
Liz just went out. Ken's not here yet.
Collecting the board members.
Here comes Ken.
Looking good if this helps.
I think Liz just stepped out, didn't she? Yeah. Maybe we'll go on. Yeah. Yep.
You can watch it online later.
Yep. Thank you. Ashish, go ahead.
Benny, we've got Provost Matt Cecil and Ryan Padgett here to talk about revenue enhancement strategies around our enrollment. And I believe we're also going to be joined later on by Mary Shepard from Academic Partnerships. So I'll turn it over to the Provost.
All right, good morning, Chair Beanie, members of the board. Happy to be here today to talk a little bit about some of the strategies that we're working on and that we have in place to enhance some of our revenue situations that we have going on. And I'm going to start with some definitions. I'll talk about some of the audiences that we're looking at. We'll talk about how Hybrid U, our Accelerated Online, and Enterprise NKU fit into that. And then we'll sort of put it all together in an overall strategy. We've also got Mary Shepard here from Academic Partnerships to kind of go through the work that they do hand in hand with us to enhance and develop our accelerated online programming. So you get a little more about how that situation works. And then I've got Ryan Padgett, who's our Assistant Vice President for Enrollment and Student Success, who will talk a little bit about where we are with enrollment numbers in this presentation as well. We'll start with definitions. This isn't working. Oh, there we go. There are a lot of ways to define the modalities that our students are in. I was just talking to Regent Smith a little bit about some of these audiences that we have. But one way that we can look at this, I think, is to look at hybrid students and online students. And the reason there's only two is because all of our students on campus are essentially hybrid students. Students who have a contact with our campus, they tend to take online classes, they tend to take in-person classes, they take true hybrid classes that are both. These are four-year students, full and part-time, graduate students, full and part-time, and other part-time students, non-credit, micro-credential, customized training, continuing ed, can be thrown into that hybrid students modality, thinking about sort of the overall audiences that are interacting with our campus fall into that hybrid mode. The online students, of course, are really the students enrolled in fully virtual academic programs or taking all of their courses online in a given semester. Now, they may have contact with our campus or not, but really if they're taking all their courses online, we sort of throw them into that second audience bucket. Four-year degree students, full and part-time, graduate students, and other part-time. That's just the modalities. We'll talk some more later about the audiences in a little more specificity. Next slide. Not going. These things never work. Audiences, again, traditional high school to college. This is an increasingly competitive market, as you know. And thinking about really these different audiences, we also want to think in terms of margin. What kind of margin can we develop by addressing these? What kind of ROI do we have if we focus on these different audiences? And certainly those audiences, post-traditional high school to college, or traditional high school to college and post-traditional students tend to be high margin if they are not in our AOL programs. So that's an interesting thing to think about. It is an increasingly competitive market, as we've seen. We've seen the UCs and the ULs and the UKs announce record classes this fall. I think it's important for us to understand some of the differences that we have between our campus and theirs. I always talk, when I talk to faculty and they mention these things, I mention that there are young people who grow up in our region who their first clothes they wear is a UK onesie. And those students, that's where their mindset is. They want to be a bearcat, they want to be a wildcat. And if they get to the point where they are in the last 2 years, where students are applying to more universities than ever before, in other words, each individual student has been applying to more places the last couple of years. And then if those places change their profile a little bit to admit a few more students, they're going to see growth. They're going to get students that might otherwise have considered us. Now, it may not be a huge number, but when UK takes 6,200 freshmen as they did this year, and when UC takes a 16% bigger chunk of a first-year class as they did this year, we'll see an impact of that. So it is significant. So that competitive market is important. However, it's important for us to say we're not ceding that market to anybody. We don't think we've been as competitive in that traditional student market as we can be. Our pipeline, as was mentioned earlier, has not been as strong as it needs to be. We can still compete there. I'm not saying we can grow tremendously, but we need to at least flatten that curve that's been on a downward trend for quite some time. So that traditional high school to college market is difficult. Those are hybrid delivery students typically. The post-traditional student is a significant market for us. The president's been talking about these students since he got here, and we've been addressing those students. Ryan, do you know what's the average age of our student? It's going up.
It's up. It's around 26 or 27 right now.
Okay, so this is a key part of our demographic. Working adults, many with families, their needs range from upskilling, where they need clusters of courses or micro-credentials, to full degree programs, and we want to address all of those. And then lifelong learners are another key audience here. These are the students who may already have a degree and are looking to enhance their skill sets or shift their skill sets in some ways, upskill or change. They can tend to be working adults, of course, because of their age. They're lifelong learners. And there is an audience there for us, and an audience that we can address over time through hybrid and fully online delivery. We think there's some revenue potential with that audience, but it's not huge like we might see in some of the other audiences. Okay, next slide. Thank you. This is where I'm going to turn it over to Ryan just to give you a snapshot of our fall 2022 enrollment.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And good morning, board members. So let's just go ahead and just look at high level when we look at our head count. Now, again, this is going to be for first day. So this is the first day of the semester. What I will say is as we're going through some of these numbers, we do know that there's fluctuation, especially during the first week of the semester. And then obviously not included in this because it is a first day snapshot are the second 8 weeks and other 8-week sessions that we have that do count towards our overall fall numbers, especially for our graduate and our AOL classes. So on the first day, our head count was at 15,223. This is when you look at a first day to first day comparison of last year. We are down 464 students. When you break it out and look at our undergraduate, we are down just over 200 undergraduate students. Now, when we actually break down those undergraduate students, that is new and continuing. One of the things that you're going to see as I'm talking through this slide is it's not like there was one population of students that we were significantly down in. We were down across in a number of different buckets. And in undergraduate, we were down in new as well as in continuing. For graduate, we were significantly down to 242, and where we were down is in actually graduate AOL. Significantly down in our nursing programs that were AOL. So coming through COVID and out of COVID, as we know, nursing as well as education were significantly impacted with basically employees leaving those job markets or those careers, and we saw that in our enrollments as well. So what I do want to highlight there is when we look then at our new students, I talked about our undergraduate students being down. Our new students were actually down across each of those buckets as well. So for new freshmen, we were down 42. Transfers, we were down 16. And when we look at being down in law, we were exclusively down in new students. Their continuing students was actually just about equal. They were actually retaining their continuing law students quite well. But they were down in new students. AOL, if we could go back, thank you. AOL, as we've been talking about over the last couple of board meetings, we were anticipating and we did see that plateauing come with our AOL enrollments. AOL over the last semester and then where we're heading with this semester is right around 4,700 students. We are down right now. We anticipate to actually be flat as we're heading into some of the registrations for our next 8-week classes. And what I do want to highlight there too, when you're looking at, again, being down in some of these areas, being down in new students, the one area in which we have seen success and we've seen continued success coming out of COVID is with regards to our cohort-based students. So our students who come in, we look at it from their retention and their persistence. As you can see right now as of first day, our first to second fall retention is at 77.4%. That would be an institutional high. As you recall from last year, as we were coming kind of out of and through the heart of the pandemic, we were at 70% for a first to second fall retention. So we've grown that to 77.4, and our prior institutional record was at a 74.5. So not only did we see an increase, we saw a significant increase through first day. What I would also say is, while we're looking at retentions up there on the board, one of the things that I think also needs to be put into perspective is, as you've heard through the president's remarks, and as you, obviously being at graduation yourselves, you've seen that we've seen the number of degrees conferred have been up, and our percentages of students who are graduating 4 to 6 years has been up as well. We've seen that rising. And so what we've really seen, though, is as this retention rate's going up, we're also seeing that persistence rate. So basically, any student that's here during a semester, after we account for if they were going to graduate, we look at a persistence rate to say, are they going to be here for the next semester? And we're right around 78 to 80% as of first day, or what we anticipate to be for this semester, which puts us right on par for where we're at, and maybe even slightly up where we were at last year. So in other words, really what we're seeing, especially for our cohort students, our undergraduate traditional students, we're keeping them. They are persisting, we're retaining them, and they're moving forward towards graduation. And so we obviously, seeing some of the drops in our headcount, there are some buckets in which we are down. And so I'm sure we'll talk a little bit about that. And then obviously the board tends to invite us back in November for kind of a higher level review of enrollment for the fall. And so we'll get into some more of those details at that presentation as well.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. Next slide, please. So we've talked a lot about optimal mix as long as I've been here. It's been something that we've been trying to get at. And a couple of points I want to make about this optimal mix, key points, is that we need to focus, when we think about optimal mix, we need to focus on high ROI opportunities. We need to be thinking about margins as we go after various audiences of students. Margins for the programs themselves, their contribution to performance metrics, as was mentioned in the prior presentation, and of course contribution to student success as well. We have programs that don't appear to be huge contributors to the bottom line. I always use music departments as a great example. Our music department has ensembles that bring students from all across campus to sing in a choir, to be part of a music group. That's a student success activities. We know that when students find their people and are able to participate in those kinds of activities, that they tend to retain, persist, and graduate. So we don't want to damage that as we think about. So ROI includes truly the money, but other contributions as well. As I mentioned, we want to focus on margin, and one of the things we're asking now when faculty talk to us about new programs, I had a conversation yesterday with a large group of faculty, is we're going to ask them for business plans. And we're working on developing a template for a realistic business plan with realistic return expectations. If we do this, what can we expect for students? We're going to account not just for direct costs, but for overhead. When we do that, we're going to do some cost accounting, and then we're going to have a plan to intervene as we go through that 3-year period, and frankly, a plan to shut it down if it doesn't work. That's just realistic in this day and age, and that's really how we need to look at academic programming. So this optimal mix, our program mix, is something we absolutely do need to look at strategically and think carefully about. I will caution the board a little bit, just shutting down programs doesn't necessarily save you any money. We need to understand that. We need the right mix to attract students. But when we shut down a program, there are faculty who teach across programs. We don't necessarily save anything. We closed 25 programs at my last institution and saved, as far as I could tell, $0. That doesn't mean there aren't programs where we could look and see where savings might be. But the sort of program closure as a savior here isn't a real thing. We need the right mix of programs to have a kind of a academic setting that students are interested in joining us for. So then shutting down those programs, again, high fixed costs are part of the reality of what we do, but we do continually assess those costs and do opportunistic cuts and reallocation. We've had for this semester, as a matter of fact, just in the first few weeks of this semester, we found about $2.6 million worth of cuts in academic affairs, where we simply have not replaced positions that are open, where we've taken back project money and so on. Why? Because we're continually assessing the value of those kinds of investments. Next slide, please. So just taking a run at optimal mix, we had a good conversation about this. Vice President Altop and I have talked a good bit about this. President Vidya and I have talked a good bit about this. This is just to give you a snapshot and an understanding of kind of where this tuition revenue comes from right now. Our traditional, post-traditional, and hybrid tuition and fees amount to about 47% of the revenues of the institution. That's those audiences that have contact with our campus. Our traditional, post-traditional online tuition, that's mostly our AOL programs, 8.1% of our tuition mix right now. Certainly that reflects the work we do with academic partnerships, where our contract gives them 50% of the revenue from those programs. So even though there's 4,800 students in there, it amounts to 8.1% of our tuition mix. Lifelong learners is an area where we think we have opportunity. We don't have significant revenue there. We have some. We talked about it yesterday. But we think we can enhance revenues there. So the 3-year goal that I've set there, again, traditional, post-traditional, I've set that at 47% going forward. That's going to be an accomplishment to keep that flat. We've had a downward trend in that area. So to expect significant growth there, I think, is unrealistic in the short run. One of the things that we think about, honestly, as we think about margins and what the university is the straight growth strategies that have always been the way universities respond to the situation aren't necessarily going to work in this post-pandemic world. Universities may need to be a little leaner and a little smaller, or we may need to accept that 15,000, 16,000 is where we're going to be in order to be financially sustainable going forward. We do look, though, at the potential for some growth in the online programming. We've got several programs in the works right now that we think will be 50, 100 students each that'll add for next year. So we do think we can grow some revenue, certainly in that bucket of our revenue picture. And then lifelong learners, this is where we've talked a little bit about enterprise NKU, about $2.5 million to $7.5 million in new revenue from those lifelong learner kinds of programs, those sets of courses, micro-credentials, other kinds of things that we can do there. We do think we can enhance revenue in that area. So we do have some possibilities for enhancing revenue here, and holding steady with our traditional high-margin students is an important part of that. So again, opportunities. Sure, go ahead.
Can you break that total revenue down? Because I think we do have 4 buckets here.
Okay.
And can you break the traditional, and then you call the post-traditional? I would call the traditional as you have your traditional student who shows up here. Then you have your non-traditional, we used to call them traditional students, that were Rich Bainey, who stayed here for 8 years.
Yep.
And because
I enjoyed it.
he enjoyed it. I mean, geez, he's real revenue. I mean, we need to keep more of them.
Rich, we got some great programs if you want to come back.
I mean, and because I kind of see it in 4 buckets, I guess.
No, I agree, and we talked a little bit about that in the break, and I do think we can break it down more. This is a very high level. Essentially, this is the on-campus students and the online students. We can absolutely segregate it out further, and we will, because when we're talking about spending marketing dollars to work on this, we're going to have to be highly targeted in that marketing spend, and we can go far beyond this as far as that.
Because the post-traditional student isn't going to live in the dorms, isn't going to eat over here on campus, may not buy a parking pass.
Right.
And that's revenue lost. I mean,
Absolutely.
Your highest, number is your traditional student who is doing all those things.
Absolutely, I agree, and we can talk some more about that, but we can break that down much farther and in much more detail for you as well. Please.
Maybe this is clarification. That doesn't add up to 100%.
No.
So graduate.
State contribution? No, this is our total revenue. This is a percentage of our total revenue as a campus. Everything from this tuition is 55% in this case, and there are all the other sources for everything else.
State contribution. Okay.
Yep. All that other stuff.
And when you mean other sources, you mean financial aid coming from the Pell and that? No.
Nope. This just Jeremy, you want to jump in on that?
Look at things like state appropriation, auxiliary revenue. Think about this of the tuition revenue of the whole pot.
So your residential life, your
State appropriation, grants, contracts.
Everything else, yep.
All of those sort of things that are.
and I guess foundation money that comes in.
As it would come to the university.
Mm-hmm. So that's as a percentage of our total revenue.
And I think Regent Smith knows this, but just to clarify, and Jeremy, I'll look to you, although you're still figuring out, the state appropriations is roughly 22% of our total revenue. So 55% on student tuition, 22% from state appropriation, and the rest is
And then
this
all the
big
rest.
bucket of grants, contracts, auxiliaries, and so on.
Yep.
And just, I'm sure you'll get to this at some point, or we'll talk about it, but I'm afraid we might be leaving the impression that the online programs are run at a loss, and they're a disadvantage. And
No.
just, if you'll address that at some point, that'd be
Absolutely, no, they
Thank
do
you.
not run at a loss, but as a percentage of our overall revenue, it's this 8.1%. That, I think it's a 40-some million dollar item, of which 20-some million goes into our coffers. So it's significant. It's an important driver for us. It's been a differentiator for this campus. You take that away, and we'd be like a lot of other regional comprehensives. It's part of the reason why we're in a decent situation looking forward as we move forward post-COVID. Okay. All right. Next slide, please. I wanted to talk briefly about Hybrid U. Chair Boehne was involved in that campus-wide conversation. We are starting, when we talk about being the Hybrid U, from an enviable starting position, large online program presence, 4,600, 4,700 students in that area. We've made an agile move to hybrid service during the pandemic. Credit to many student service offices, especially on campus, that did that pivot really well, so well that students prefer those services in a hybrid mode in many cases. And then we have an evolving hybrid and virtual work policy that we piloted and we moved into, and we're always reevaluating that. So we're starting, I think, from a position of strength. So what are we going to do in this area of Hybrid U for FY23? Continue to expand those hybrid services to various audiences. As I said, our students in many cases prefer these sorts of hybrid service deliveries. They like chatbots. I hate chatbots. They like them. They like to have advising conversations virtually and so on. There's a lot more that we can do there. We'll continue to adapt the policies around virtual work. But then the key things are, really formalize the processes around expanding services to new hybrid audiences. That comes through Enterprise NKU. There's some entrepreneurship training that we're going to provide thanks to Regent Zapp's conversation at the retreat. We set out to work with the College of Business to create some entrepreneurship training for our faculty and staff that we're going to roll out very soon. We think that's important that they think that way. As Regent Zapp noted at the retreat, we have a lot of great stuff going, but we need to think more entrepreneurially, and we need to be able to act in that way. And we're not always equipped to do that on a higher education campus, so we're moving in that area. We have some financial health indicators that we've been developing that will soon be in a dashboard form. We'll be able to look at some form of cost accounting when it comes to academic programming. That I think something we did at the last institution where I was. We set about it and did it in a very complex way to try to account for every single dollar, and realized that you could have done it in a calculated way and still gotten a pretty good financial indicator for the health of these programs. We've made great progress on those over the summer, and we should have those rolled out. What those do, by the way, is they don't tell us specifically somebody is losing a pile of money, but they indicate that, and they prompt further conversations where we can say, look, we need to turn some things around here, and talking about those kinds of academic programming health indicators is an important part of that. And then I mentioned the business plan. We've asked, again, College of Business faculty to help us develop business plan templates and training around offering new programs on our campus so that we can do a better job of that. We think all of that feeds into this hybrid U conception and this idea that we're going to move even further into that area. Of course, we need to reconfigure campus spaces. COVID changed a lot. We had a master plan that completed right before COVID that's still got a lot of great stuff in it, but I really think we need to look at a lot of that, and we have started that process thanks to Vice President Altop, working with Vice President for Student Affairs Howard. For example, we're looking at the University Center, and what can we do in the University Center as far as putting all of our as many of our front-facing student offices in one place as possible, things like that. And then, of course, upgrading and updating technology. I mean, we see how difficult it was during COVID to get a good Zoom meeting happening. We now have gotten a lot better at that. We can do more of that kind of stuff. And I should say, part of this, I think people always go to, well, why don't you just do everything hybrid? And I think it's important to understand that not everything works great in a hybrid setting. But things that do, we need to move in that direction. And there are different kinds of programming that we can provide in a hybrid way to different audiences that makes good sense to move in that direction. But just saying everything goes that way from a quality standpoint, quality of education standpoint, isn't always the right way to go. So that's one caution I would make when it comes to hybrid U. Next slide. We did have some information from Deloitte that was part of that conversation to help us think about personas and this optimal mix question. The way these help us relates to Regent Smith's question. The way this helps us is it helps us figure out who we're talking to for a marketing message, a targeted marketing message. And we do think that there are many audiences here that we're primarily going to be seeking to maintain, but there are growth opportunities. This online native obviously is a growth potential opportunity working with our AP partners, but also the upskiller, this new revenue possibility, is an audience that we think we can deal with, and a lot of that's going to come through this, what I call outside-in design. Instead of what we've done in the past is we've always designed academic programming starting inside the university and then put it out there for the world and hoped that it somehow feeds a workforce need. Really, we need to be talking to the partners first and working back into the institution about how can we create programs that directly address workforce needs. And these audiences or these personas help us think through that idea and will help us with marketing as well. It's a conceptual thing. It's not something that's directly actionable, but we have ways to take action based on these personas that we've learned about in that process. I mentioned overlaps and emerging trends. The reason I put that there is a lot of these do overlap, but the important point there is being opportunistic. Being opportunistic and nimble is a key to all of this. If we don't take the opportunities when they arise, if we don't work towards changing this mix and some of these kinds of both modalities and programming, we won't be successful going forward. The regional comprehensives that are able to be opportunistic and move into those markets quickly are the ones who are going to do well. And if you don't do that, you're not going to be healthy going forward. So next slide, please. Now I want to turn it over for about 15 minutes or so to our partner, academic partnerships, and Mary Shepard, who's the managing director that we work with daily. She's been a great partner. They really do a ton, just to set her up a little bit here. They do a ton of amazing work with market analysis. They help us set up programs that are going to be appealing to our student audiences, and then they help support those programs going forward. So I'll just turn it over to Mary, and please go right ahead. Thank you for being here.
Sure, you bet. Thank you, Provost Cecil, and thank you for allowing us to present our academic partnerships capabilities. I do have with me our Senior Vice President as well, Chris Shank. Again, as Provost Cecil said, my name is Mary Shepard. I am a managing director, which is basically a central point of oversight for the partnership and all things involved in the success of the partnership. I've been working with NKU since the program inception, over 6 years now. And we've started with 11 programs and have rapidly grown into a very robust working relationship. So Chris, I'll let you say a few words and then we'll move on to the presentation.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I'm Chris Shank. I'm Senior Vice President of the University Partnerships. So I work with all of our university partners in the eastern half of the U.S. I, too, have been working with NKU right from the start. It's been a pleasure, and we're going to talk about some of the exciting work that we've done together.
Next slide, please. So the robust relationship with AP and NKU is really based on a few things. I think first and foremost, we all have a shared vision of having high quality, affordable, workforce ready programs that are fully online for working adults. We're very thankful for the strategic alignment there and the strong leadership we've received from NKU. We do have a strong interest in growing workforce needs in the region and serving those adult learners. So as Provost Cecil said, that these are really a unique set of learners that we're trying to serve. And we've seen the need there and have met that need with new enrollment growth. In fact, NKU was our largest new partner launch in the last 10 years. We've seen 4 times more growth in the first year compared to an average partner, so almost 1,200 new enrollments versus what we would typically expect to see with a new partner launch of about 300 new enrollments. So right out of the gate, very successful. I think that goes back to some of those comments about the program offering and the mix. We have a blend of both graduate and undergraduate programs that are meeting the needs of working adults. Our conversion rates are also very high with the NKU partnership. So we're always looking at metrics. We're a very data-driven organization. We're looking at metrics such as lead to application and make sure once we get those students interested that we're converting them to students who have applied that become decision ready for the university. And we're very high on all verticals and outperforming all of our other AP partners on average among all of those metrics. And just so you know, I will just kind of put an asterisk here that when we say verticals, we really segment our business into different verticals. So healthcare, education, business, technology, and undergraduate are the verticals I'll be referring to specifically. And then I did just want to make the point about the third term persistence. So we're looking at new enrollments for sure, because we realize that that's what's fueling growth, and we're always looking at new enrollments. But we're also very cognizant of the fact that we need to make sure students are qualified to get into the programs, they're successful, and they can persist and mirror those same metrics that NKU is driving towards. So we're very aligned on that goal. We're seeing about the same results, about 77% as Provost Cecil showed for really that third term persistence. We know that in those first 2 7-week sessions, those students are most at risk of potentially leaving. So we're always measuring that third term persistence and making sure that they are moving forward after the third term, because we realize that after the third term, they're very likely to move on to graduation. Next slide. So with this slide, the blue line at the top shows the continuing students, those who have enrolled in previous sessions and are continuing. You do see the mirror of the step-ins and step-outs, similar to traditional students on campus. So in the summertime, people are often, because they are working adults, typically with families, taking time off, stepping out over the summer. This represents all the students currently enrolled. So of course, we have graduations and step outs. And then the green graph below, the bar graph, represents new enrollments. And I will just put an asterisk in here that our numbers are slightly off. That's to be expected with drop for non-pay, census dates, et cetera. So we saw actually 694 new enrollments for August, and you can see those large peaks and valleys. The largest starts, similar to a traditional program, would be a fall 1 start, so a late August start, with the second largest start being January, similar to the spring entries that you have with your traditional programs. The one thing I did want to mention too, I'm sorry, Matt, if we could just go back, is that 80% of these students are in graduate programs. 50% of the students are actually residing in Kentucky. There's about another 30% that come from adjacent states such as Ohio and Indiana, and the remainder come from outside those regions. And we're seeing that very typical for our partners inside the region. Okay, next slide. So when we want to talk about the funnel, we think about students kind of over the life cycle and then in the funnel. So really we have different channels, and we're going to get into our marketing expertise for each one of these channels and how they contribute to the overall growth of the university. So they're basically different levels that AP is pulling. Organic, we have expertise in paid search, paid social, the lead aggregators. We have a field team that is out representing in person some of the programs in healthcare. And then we also do traditional marketing. And again, we'll go into more detail on subsequent slides about how each one of these marketing channels contributes to the overall growth. But ultimately, what we've seen with all of these channels is that we've had almost 100,000 leads since our program began, our partnership. With almost 25,000 apps and ultimately 10,000 new enrollments. So we're measuring all of these types of metrics into a funnel. So 175 million impressions. What we mean by that are exposures to NKU online. We do a lot of branding to create awareness, as Provost Cecil said. So just making sure that people are aware that NKU has a full portfolio of online programs. So you may have seen a billboard, you might hear a radio spot, you might find an ad on social media. Each one of those is considered a unique impression. And to date, we've driven 175 million impressions on behalf of NKU online programs. Once someone has an impression, we then start to measure the leads and moving those students over to a lead generation form or an inquiry that creates a database for us to work. We had almost 100,000 leads, which we're working very actively and have a very comprehensive contact strategy that we work those leads. Out of those leads, we have to work very hard, again, knowing that these are working adults and that they're busy, they're difficult to get a hold of. We've had over 60,000 contacts with potential students, which has resulted in almost 25,000 applications. And like I said, ultimately 10,000 enrollments for new students. Next slide.
Okay, there are 5 main areas of services under academic partnerships. We'll go in a little deeper on some of these as we move through. The first 2, market research. So we work hand in hand with you on the front end, really diving in deep to consult on what new programs to launch, what's going on in the marketplace. We'll also pull data from our preferred partnerships with Google and Facebook, and certainly look at what's going on overall in terms of demographics and keyword search. We do, at the heart of things, do have the paid and organic marketing. So paid search, paid social, and traditional advertising, as Mary mentioned, as well as SEO.
Yeah, and I do want to just highlight the academic services support. So this is something that's included as part of our partnership. So there are things like instructional design, where we have dedicated instructional designers on the AP team that will come alongside the program chairs and faculty to help lend expertise. We do create carousels. That is a big part of our work, which really optimizes course offerings to create a course schedule that is very lean so that courses aren't duplicated and university resources are optimized. And then we're also creating competitive recommendations within our academic support services by way of program insights. We have experts within each one of our verticals that can come in and share emerging trends, talk to faculty about how different program elements might be embedded throughout the program, and really best practices overall for academic services. In addition, we also provide ongoing professional development services, so things like just-in-time learning, online seminars, et cetera, that would focus on relevant topics such as student engagement or academic dishonesty online. And then we also really think about the field recruitment and how we can really work to get students where they are. So we mentioned education and nursing. Those students, those potential students, are very busy in their jobs. So we have a field team in healthcare that will go directly into healthcare facilities, hospitals, nursing homes, different centers, and really recruit. So think of our field team as really brand ambassadors that only represent NKU programs and will come in and provide information sessions and talk one-on-one with potential students that they can share information about the programs. Our field team also recruits preceptors. So at a certain point within a nursing program, a student will need clinical instruction on site, and that requires a preceptor to guide that student. So we're also very involved with our field team in recruiting preceptors to make sure that clinical placement happens. And then lastly, our technology expertise. We're going to go into this pretty deeply here in a moment, but we do have a lot of technology that we invest in, things like Salesforce. So when we do get a lead, all of that information is housed and we're following up correctly. We have a new service we'll also talk about, which kind of creates a concierge level experience for students that collects documents to make sure once they are applying, those documents are all submitted and that they are considered decision ready. Next slide. So
Okay.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I was going to say, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of research and insights, we're able to access a large amount of data points as we're working with you. One, on the front end to evaluate what programs to launch and make sure that they're profitable for you all, and make sure we're attracting the right students to those programs that you want. But also looking at what's happening in the labor market as well. So we work with Burning Glass Technologies and folks like Holland IQ to make sure that there are job openings out there, what the requirements are in terms of skills, what employers out there in the region are looking for in terms of skill sets coming out of programs. We also look at the overall competitive landscape. So the online learning market right now is highly competitive. So who are the key players, both regionally and nationally? And then what programs are successful as well, what program features. So these are areas that we do a lot of work in to make sure that we have the full background, and working with you all, we make sure we share all that information on a regular basis so that we can fine tune programs as we go along, make sure everybody understands what's going on in the market, what students are looking for, and what they're searching for. So very powerful on the front end. And then we certainly have other resources by discipline and by vertical that we pull in as well, like AACN data and Gray's Associates.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. There's also a note here about the online degree database, which is fairly proprietary, that we also have online degree specific. There are some limitations with data out there, such as iPads, where that conferral data isn't really broken down into an online degree versus a traditional conferral. We're also looking at lots of other types of databases just to make sure that early and often, as Provost Cecil said, we're making sure that people are aware of what the market is dictating. One of the sayings we have often is that AP doesn't create market demand, we meet market demand, but we're very thoughtful about that market demand and forward looking at those programs to make sure that there is a market for those. Next slide.
Okay, we touched heavily so far on the research side of what we do. From there, the other front-end development we do as part of our comprehensive integrated marketing strategy is really dig in. We look at audience development. So we're not casting a wide net in terms of generally looking for online students, generally looking for programs. We actually dig into the psychographics, the demographics, and start to do things like geo-targeting so that we can really identify and target those specific audiences for your programs. Finding the right students that are going to, that can get in to NKU programs, that want to be there, that want to be successful. So finding those right folks starts on the front end with that audience development. We then do a lot of work in terms of utilizing data. So we capture as much data as possible. One, as we're starting to interact with students, but also from our third-party providers as well. So we'll purchase additional data on prospective students. So all of that front-end work on research and audience personas and all the data leads to help drive the media mix that we work with. So we do have some traditional marketing that we work with, things like radio and print, and PR work. We do, as Mary mentioned, the field marketing out there. But the heaviest investment really is around the digital side of things. So that's the page search, the display, social media. So really, as we're going through this, we're evaluating where the students are, how we can get to those students effectively, and using the right medium to get there. And it's important that we touch them in a number of different ways. So they may come in and hit a display ad. We may follow up in terms of direct mail or email. And then they may also, if they work in a hospital or in a school district, they may also be getting a visit from our field marketing team. So all of that interaction really leads to that comprehensive plan, so that there are numerous touch points for that prospective student along the way.
Next slide. So to Chris's point, we really want to be thoughtful about the student and how we can best target that student. So we are always thinking about the student journey, the student experience. So the student is rightfully placed in the middle of this identity graph. But what we're doing is we're really using a lot of scientific data and predictive analytics to really understand where that student is on the journey and how best to model behavior as a result. So we're looking at all sorts of different data points regarding this student. So if you just kind of follow the web out, you can see first and foremost, we're looking at where did the student originate from? Where are they in that journey? Are they still figuring out which degree they'd like to pursue? Are they narrowing their consideration set to just a few schools? And so then as a result, we're following that student, whether they're coming in on a browser such as Chrome or Safari, then that would dictate a strategy on how we might better target them. If they're coming in on organic, for instance, we know that they're what we consider top of the funnel. So they're really still getting information about degrees, making a decision. And so in that way, we know which ads to serve them up. We know where we could follow them. There are a lot of cookies inserted and different types of behaviors, so that will dictate our outreach strategy. So if we see somebody coming in an organic very early in that decision, then we can go ahead and follow them, target them on places like social media, serve different ads to them. They might not have created a lead generation form yet and haven't triggered our outbound strategy. So how do we best target them online to make sure that NKU is top of mind? It is part of that consideration set that they're narrowing. So we're looking at ways that they're clicking through. We're following them through even application and enrollment and really capturing that strategy. And even when they do become an applicant, we're still working very hard to make sure that that student's engaged. So things like an application session with an enrollment specialist, where we have an assigned enrollment specialist who's actually developing rapport with that student and spending an hour of time moving through the application, sharing screens to make sure that that student really completes all of those required documents and is decision ready for the university. So we also do lookalike campaigns, realizing that if there's one student, perhaps a teacher, and they might have come through something like social media, we could target those students again. Education is an example of how we're on Pinterest and putting ads there. So if we know that that one teacher is interested in a certain ad, then we can model those lookalike campaigns and target even more students that way. So it's a very scientific, I think, data-oriented approach to how we're looking at students in that student journey and making sure that we're meeting them where they are and really serving the right media mix at the right time. Next slide.
Yeah, and we do, with all the data that we're monitoring, whether it's around paid search or landing pages or websites, we're constantly analyzing and measuring along the way. So this isn't a plan in terms of a marketing effort that we put in place and then we revisit after 6 months and we revisit after a year. We're actually getting in there daily and real time with some of our initiatives to monitor data and to track. Some things there are flags that we may see and make changes on the fly. We may adjust based on what we're seeing in terms of our landing pages and websites and paid search. We may adjust our spend accordingly. So we may invest additional dollars if we see that paid search is on an uptick or that display ads are really presenting more of a better conversion rate. So all of these factors lead to constant fine-tuning, constant improvement. And we do also get a lot of data, as we mentioned earlier, from Facebook, from Google Analytics that we work with. And then we have our internal measurement analytics that we work with and reporting for for tracking?
Yeah, we're actually preferred vendor status on several of these platforms, including Google and Facebook. So those insights are really driving our strategy. And we're using a variety of media. So Telium, for example, manages the tags on the landing pages. We're doing a lot of work with lead aggregators. So Screaming Frog, for an example, if you're seeing things like bestnursingdegrees.com and you see NKU nursing show up on there, that's all part of the marketing and analytics that we're doing to make sure that we're really visible for those students searching for programs. Next slide. So on that note with the A/B testing, so we really do have quite a sophisticated model. We have to keep up with Google and other search engines. Google is constantly changing their search algorithms, and we need to make sure that as a result, the searches we're always coming up in those top 1, 2, 3 spots on Google. And so what we're doing is always making sure that we're measuring the traffic. So the small image on the lower right corner is actually someone's full-time job at AP. They're measuring all of the A/B tests that we're doing. So if someone's coming to the site on their phone, does one image work better? Do they want a lot of text so they can read without having to click through? Do they want a lead generation form, or do they want a phone number? So all of that A/B testing is done constantly, and we're measuring even down to the background color, the font, the call to action. So all of that is a very scientific approach to make sure that when that student does come to the page, that they get the information they need, create a lead generation form, and ultimately become one of the targeted students. Next slide. So organic marketing is kind of, as you'd infer, we're really trying to connect naturally with students over time. And this is really related to the student journey. So anything that's not paid, for example, faculty profiles, where adult learners want to understand, are these the same faculty that are teaching on campus? Student testimonials. So what are those outcomes from those students who have completed an MBA with NKU online? And then we're also creating original content. We have subject matter experts that are creating articles that are loaded with keywords, but also have information that a student might be seeking when they're considering finding an online degree program. And Google recognizes that and then puts that higher up in the search engine. So that's something that we have a whole staff of folks that are professional writers, again, subject matter experts in those verticals that we discussed, so technology and talking about relevant topics. All of that, of course, is approved by your marketing team and by the program leads there, but then we're putting that organic out there to really drive interest into those programs and awareness. I think we covered a lot of these points earlier, but just knowing that is really driving those search rankings. Next slide. So this is an example. So I meet with the colleges quarterly, and we go through not only results, but also the marketing efforts on behalf of the program. So you'll see, again, these are kind of the levers that I spoke about earlier. So we're getting that information out in a variety of ways. This happens to be an example of the College of Informatics meeting that we recently had. And so you can see very specific examples of the marketing efforts that we're driving for these programs. So social media, here's an example that we put out on Reddit, knowing that those students are probably on Reddit more often, and also on Facebook. So we have an example of an alumni as well, an alumni profile down on the bottom left, where it's really focused on a career outcome, and we can talk about the success a student who's graduated from the program has had. We have specific emails. You'll see examples of flyers. So again, going back to that healthcare team, they have flyers that they can go out and target for conferences or in a healthcare facility. The landing program pages, we want to make sure that those students are getting that information very quickly and concisely, especially if they're mobile, that they've got that information and they can click through quickly and create that lead generation. So a variety of ways. And then of course, the bottom left is really about the organic content articles that I just spoke of. I will say too that we are very aligned with NKU marketing. So we do a social media calendar. We create content and share that over with your marketing team to be placed on your site as well. Next slide. So we have some value adds that we also add in addition to the marketing because we feel that these are important in driving information to the students. So the document collection is a very new type of service that we're offering as a value add as part of the partnership. So we have a party called third-party collection service called File Invite. And what that is it's really a technology that's shared by both AP and NKU admissions, where we can help drive all of those documents to make that student decision ready. So things like transcripts, nursing licenses, background checks, all of that can sometimes get in the way of a student actually finishing their application and being ready to be admitted. And we know that speed to lead and decisions are very important when it comes to the student journey. Many of the for-profits and proprietary schools have set the bar that it's very easy to get informal transcripts and be admitted very quickly. We want to mimic this behavior while still maintaining the integrity of the program and driving qualified leads. Document collection allows us to do that by sharing this information and on behalf of the student, gathering things like transcripts from National Clearinghouse and Parchment. So we see this as something that will definitely help with processing and moving the needle forward for a student experience. We also have a proprietary technology called CourseTune, and CourseTune really serves to create some insights for the programs. We want to make sure that those students are persisting, that they're getting those learning outcomes, that their pass rates are at or above the benchmarks needed. So it really does help see a quality curriculum. So it's a program mapping tool that our academic services team works with your faculty on to really prepare for accreditation, outline those programs, and see where those learnings are occurring. So it's something, again, that's added as a value for partnering with AP. Next slide.
One of the other areas that we're expanding into and evaluating right now is around enterprise partnerships, actually reaching prospective students in the workplace, looking at opportunities for them to take a step forward in their careers and to possibly do some upskilling as well. So we've partnered with a company called Workforce Edge that is engaged with 30 plus employers that you'll see there to the right. And they have a software and set of services to manage the ongoing education and benefits process for those corporations. So NKU is now a part of the offering through this set of software. This is brand new, so we're just starting to evaluate and look at some of the feedback and data. But we're hopeful that this will expand. But we'll share all the learnings and insight with this to NKU. So if we do see success with certain employers, we'll certainly make sure we share that and communicate that with the NKU team. But right now, this is just another area where we can drive leads and hopefully improve enrollments in an area that I think overall in our partnership, we're looking to take a big step forward with.
Say, Mary and Chris, can you hear me?
Yep.
We're about out of time here. So if you can wrap it up.
Very quickly, next slide, just that we're continuing to innovate on different types of tools, tuition estimator, and what degree for me, so that students can really make sure that they're getting the right degree based on several different similarities within the portfolio. And then lastly, if you just move to the last slide, we did mention retention very quickly. So not this slide, one more. We do have several outbound attempts, and we've got those broken down on the next slide by vertical. So you can see all of the work, and I think this just really demonstrates our enrollment services and the depth that we have to go into a lot of these calls and texts, emails, et cetera. You can see basically, takeaway here is we differentiate the strategy. You can see students in the technology vertical, for instance, aren't making a lot of inbound calls. We're making sure that we're making a lot of outbound calls, specifically in healthcare. Those students want to talk. They're calling us more often, but ultimately you're seeing that, there's hundreds of thousands of marketing activities to these students in a variety of ways. I'll just wrap on that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mary. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you, everybody.
I just have a couple of slides, but I can just summarize them quickly. Basically, I was going to talk a little bit about sort of going on with this optimal mix. AOL is a key part of that, but also Enterprise NKU, as we address those markets for upskillers and lifetime learners, is really a place where we'll do the sort of that identification of potential audiences and services for those audiences. So we have a comprehensive strategy here. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Obviously, there's a lot more that we can share with the board, and we do look forward to further discussions with the board as we move forward and sort of hone this strategy to be as effective as we can in generating revenue for the university. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. As we transition to questions, Mary, can you still hear me? You're still there, aren't you? Yes?
May not be.
They're not there.
We can probably answer the question.
Right. Yeah, obviously they do this on a very large scale. I was just wondering how many partners they have and how many total students that they have, but maybe you can get that to us later.
We can get that to you later.
Thank you.
A lot is the answer.
Questions?
Can I start with two
Sure.
fact-finding questions, if
Yep,
that makes
go ahead.
sense? So, Dr. Paget, I assume this is going to be for you or Provost Cecil, but so in looking at some of those early enrollment numbers and some of the declines that we're experiencing, is it fair to say in previous years we will see some decline mid-semester after students start getting grades, start seeing how the courses are unfolding, and they take a step back? What is that percent typically, and when will we know that, and what do you anticipate seeing there in terms of some additional drops, if any?
I would say the majority of your drops actually take place during the first week when students are kind of going in between, is this something I want to continue doing? Is this something that's new to me? Typically happens before the 100% drop date, which is usually around the 8th day of the semester. Where that gets tricky for us in terms of really honing in on that is because we'll actually see a bump in enrollment because of our AOL graduate programs. We'll see jumps in our second 8-week courses. So we'll see final census. IR runs their final census in preparation for the November board. So we'll know about where we'll be ending up for fall in around October.
Okay.
Mid to late October.
And then my other fact-finding question was really for Mary. I saw all the fantastic things they're doing on the marketing front. I didn't see a marketing budget or a number. Do you know what their annual spend is?
They don't share that. That's proprietary to their business. Yep.
Okay.
Well, aren't we a business partner?
We are.
Well, normally the people I'm in business with, I know what they're doing.
I'd have to look at the contract.
Yeah, we need to look at a lot of contracts.
Liz, go ahead.
Okay, two questions. First, I would like to see a presentation from our marketing department at the university about how it's going to do all these things to get traditional students that they're doing. I realize they have more resources, but it seems like they're doing all the right things, and I'm wondering how much of that we have duplicated or we could duplicate.
Okay.
Is that something we could see?
Yeah, we can put that together. Yep.
All right, thank you.
Their funnel and all that, we should know probably weekly how many touches we had, how many students we talked to, how many we got a touch to get our number.
This is another one where Jeremy might have more insight into what they share. Yeah.
Yeah, Nathan's asking
I'm
about
asking about
traditional
us.
students.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
About
I'm
us.
talking about
Okay.
us here, undergrad, traditional, or non-traditional traditionals.
Yeah, we can provide.
In other words,
further
how
information.
so very different is their approach to what you see here and in higher ed? That's
quite different.
You could speak. Okay.
Yeah, it's much more sophisticated, I would say, than typically what we do. in higher ed in general, not just us.
Yep, sorry we interrupted you, Liz. Go ahead.
Well, we should get them to share as much of their information about NKU as we can get them to share, so that we can duplicate the things more cheaply, hopefully, with our marketing. The second question I had goes back to your earlier presentation about programs looking at return on investment programs. Do we have regular reports that programs must provide to the CFO showing what the return on investment is?
We generate that ourselves. The programs don't generate that. They accept students into their programs and teach them from there. But Jeremy and I can provide that sort of information.
How often do you do that?
As I said, we're working on those financial metrics to be more clear about that. In higher ed, there's been this tendency to do some sort of back of the napkin. We had instructional costs of this and we brought in tuition of that, so we're doing fine. But we know we have a whole university to run. We have direct costs and overhead that we need to apply to those things. So that sort of sophisticated, well, not even sophisticated, but just sort of standard accounting is not something that we've done typically, except from the university level or even from the college level. And by the way, this is my 6th university. That's not unusual.
Michael?
Yeah, you said they work with a lot of other institutions. One, do we know if the split that we have is standard, or they have different splits with different institutions, and what sort of potential there might be there, especially given that it seems like they're relying a lot on us as such a big partner?
So my understanding is that we actually have their most favorable level of a split, that other campuses have less favorable splits than we have. But I don't think there's typically a more favorable number out there. I mean, the questions are getting at the big picture, which is what happens when our contract is up with AP. And I'll tell you what I tell faculty, because they ask it in every meeting that I have with faculty. And the answer is that everything needs to be on the table, that we have to look at every possibility, whether it's AP, other partners, doing things ourselves, some combination of the above, to get the best deal for our institution. We've learned a ton over the course of this contract that we started with academic partnerships, 4 or 5 years ago. We've learned a lot. Obviously, they do some sophisticated work, but I think we have to ask ourselves again about our return. What's our return there? What are our margins, and can we do better? And figure it out. I mean, that's a conversation we'll have. We've got, I think, 2.5 years still on the contract. So we're at a point where that conversation really needs to begin in earnest.
Rich?
Yeah, go ahead, Andre.
Thank you. So early in the presentation, there was the division between the graduate courses and the undergraduate courses. Undergraduate courses representing about 20%. There were some statistics that were shared that of that 20%, roughly 30% of that was Ohio, Indiana, and this region, and the balance of that was outside the region. Question is related to, are there specific trends that we are seeing among these particular data? And then second to that is, how can we capitalize on those trends?
That sounds like a Ryan question.
Are you targeting all students or with the AOL students?
This is specifically within the AOL. Okay. This was the data that was specifically within the AOL. And obviously this board is concerned about how we grow our online presence. But if there are specific types of data that is within that can show us trends, we need to understand that. Yep. And so that's the basis of my question.
So yeah, what they share with us is they share these heat maps that show where they've had inquiries across the country, and then they share where they've actually been converted into enrollments across the country. And what I can tell you is, looking at the U.S., the heat map for the inquiries, 50 states. Okay. The heat map for enrollments, tri-state area. The vast majority of our students in our AOL programs are from right here. And that reflects the reality of the marketplace for online courses and online programming. We're competing with some really big players out there when it comes to this. Western Governors, Purdue, Kaplan, many others, Arizona State, who are national in their scope. What we have is our brand, and we have a brand here in the tri-state area that's strong. So if people can combine our brand with a program that they're interested in, what we saw is we've got 4,800 students as a result of that. And we think we can still grow that, but it's going to require us to roll out some more programs. And one of the slides that I have, I guess it's right up here right now, developing about we hope 5 new high-demand ROI programs this year that we can roll out. And I had a great meeting yesterday with the School of Computing and Analytics, where 3 of those programs are. They're working on it, and we will get those rolled out as soon as we possibly can. Those are based on AP's market analysis, where they gave us a list of the top 5 programs that they'd like us to add. There they are. We're going to try to roll those out as soon as we possibly can.
Matt, okay, so a person lives in Florence, Kentucky, and how do we decide if they're first-time admit students through the high school versus academic partnerships?
They decide.
The student does.
The student decides, yep.
So if she clicks on apply now to NKU through her Facebook feed, and she doesn't know that she's going through them.
No, everything's branded NKU, so it's very well.
And in that example, these are mostly graduate students, right? They're not.
We do have some undergraduate students,
but
but we're not competing with AP for undergraduate
So
students.
it's more so you have a nurse or a teacher, or
Yep.
somebody who lives here
Yes.
and is still making that same decision. Do I go online or do
Yep.
I? Okay.
Yep. Yeah, we don't compete with ourselves in the online space with our on-campus programs.
So we're mostly doing graduate programs.
Almost, yeah.
Okay, that's what
As
I'm
you can
asking.
imagine, they're much easier to do. You don't have gen eds and all that stuff that you have to figure out.
Yes, I understand. Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Yep.
Other questions?
I have one.
Do they pass
Ken?
that student off to us?
Pardon
If they
me?
click wrong?
I'm sorry.
If the student doesn't understand what they're clicking, do they pass that student off to us?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question, honestly. I'd have to ask them.
Well, we should. I mean, if a student is confused, you would think if somebody calls me up and says they want to live in Louisville, but they click on Louisville, and we find out, oh, really, they want to live in Evansville. They just didn't understand. We pass them off to that region.
I mean, I'd have to pose that one to them. I'm not sure.
Well, you're sure they're not taking that person and sending them to ASU, are you?
If they send them anywhere, they'd send them to one of their other institutions where they're partners. Yeah.
And we don't have the right to a region if they clicked on our thing?
I don't think so. Do we?
No.
Ashish? No. I mean, it's just a market.
Okay.
Yep.
Ken?
Matt, go back a couple slides there, and please.
Can we go back 2 slides?
Might be more than that, but go another one. There you go.
That one?
If you look at your 3-year revenue goal,
Mm-hmm.
I kind of feel like this 47% has been declining
Mm-hmm.
and declining
Yep.
and declining.
Yep.
All right, I guess I made my point on that.
No,
earlier.
as I said, it's a stretch goal to hold it steady. We've got this curve this line that's going down. We want to bend it straight.
I think you need to change your goal possibly.
Yeah.
All right, now your second one is the 9%. I think that's very low. I think you could do it better on that one.
Okay.
Say because the national picture is going up, up, and up.
Yep.
You can ride the market up. Unfortunately, you also potentially have to ride the market down.
Yeah, right now we're riding a flat line with AP.
And just 2 sort of fundamental questions. One, just briefly, why does it operate on a different calendar than our so-called traditional calendar?
It's what works best for working adults. They want shorter terms, and in fact, we have 7-week terms for most of our programs, but our business programs are 5-week terms. So they get 3 terms within a normal semester. So that just reflects the interest in folks in making quick progress in these accelerated online programs.
Okay. And does AOL involved at all in financing of education, or does that sit with us?
As far as all the costs?
They don't have a financing wing, right? Like GE or GM, right? So they don't have an interest in driving certain kinds of enrollments.
No.
Okay.
No.
Other questions? Anything else? Yep. Daniel?
Considering that we are a different type of university as compared to like a UK and UC, you talked about how they came in with like record-breaking numbers and whatnot. How are we communicating the value of what we have to offer here to people? Like, because we have a different student population in terms of we have non-traditional students, we have a blend of non-traditional students and traditional students. But how are we communicating that value and what it is that we have to offer here? What separates us from a UK and a UC?
I mean, I think one we've been talking about recently would be safety. That's a key point, I think, if you look at some of the things that have happened on some of the larger campuses of late. So we've been talking a lot about how do we market the unique nature of our campus. It's a full college experience. It's 7 miles from downtown Cincinnati. It's a safe place. We have a solid mix of programs. There are a lot of things that we can differentiate ourselves by. And as you've seen, we have a new branding campaign to try to do that as well. So yeah, there's a lot of good elements to our story that I think it's up to the marketing professionals to figure out what the best way to do that is. But those are just a few of the things that we've thought about.
Also, with that, AP talked about the field team recruiting in the hospitals and whatnot. Do we have any type of plan for like recruiting in the tri-state area of how we're gathering folks?
Yes. Yeah. Very simply, heavily, yes. Yes. We have not only are looking at obviously the tri-state area and expanding beyond that, but we'll be in more high schools this year than we've been in the past as well.
I mean, I'll just give you a sense of how that work is done, and I won't share any of our secrets. But the reality, I mean, we look granularly at every school and the demographic trends in each and every school in our region to figure out where it makes the most sense to apply our resources. Everybody does that, but I just want people to understand that we're looking at a very, very, very significant set of data to understand what's happening in schools, not even just high schools, but middle schools even, to see where the demographic trends are going.
I think one of the other things that we can add to that conversation is work that EAB help us some of the trend data with students. There's a lot of work, there's searches that are going on constantly with our students here at the sophomore, junior, senior level. So they're doing that work behind the scenes for the institute. By the time we get to the senior year, we've got those names. We're purchasing names. We're moving those names along the funnel. When we start talking about some of the work that AP is doing in the space of the online presence they create, EAB is creating that online presence for us and pushing those students who apply and require to the institution to us. We'll follow it up. So we're not just fishing for people that have been driving to us from that information, people from the market. They do.
All different ways. So I think also one of the questions about the application. There is one main application process based on how students actually questions it guide them their particular program. So if it is an online program, those questions as they funnel not a confusing process. They would indicate they are either a freshman, graduate student, then it prompts the student act accordingly or respond accordingly based on their interest that offers.
Okay.
I have a quick question just
Yep,
around
go ahead,
some of the
Corey.
persistence rates, particularly for the AOL students, which are significantly lower than some of the students that are more traditional. And I know Mary kind of touched a little bit on how they're tracking those persistence rates as well. What is our role in the persistence rates of our AOL students? As you know, we're seeing the flattening of those students, but if we can bump up the persistence rate, then perhaps we can kind of come up from that.
Yeah, I think there's opportunities for partnership there. AOL has their own retention coaches, so they're the ones that are doing the primary follow-up with their students around, it's time to register and kind of checking in on them. But I do think, as Matt shared, as we kind of continue partnering with them, thinking a little bit differently about how we could utilize our resources to help complement some of those things, is obviously what we've been doing and some of the things that we've changed over the last couple of years to support our students has had a significant impact. So how can we apply that to the online setting?
Thank you.
You sure you can afford that? Seems like they're making good money. It's their job.
So, yeah, just when we entered into this partnership, I remember the very first presentation, and it was a rough morning because people saw the 50-50 split, right? And it took us a long time to get people to understand that on that basis, at least at that time, we were fairly profitable, even on a fully loaded basis. So as you think about what to do forward, remember what you often say in business, it ain't about what you take in, it's about what you keep. And so if we end up keeping an attractive margin and good cash flow on 50%, that's still good eating, right? That's the right thing to do.
Yep.
But many things may have changed, but that was a key struggle initially, but we got there eventually, and AOL has grown a business.
Yeah, and I think that's why we talk about we're interested in margin, and we want to know what the margin's going to be, and that's also why I say for regional comprehensives, you need to really ask yourself some hard questions about whether growth is the strategy or margin, and limited growth is the strategy.
Yep. Okay. This is very helpful. Thank you. We're going to break now for lunch, and our regular meeting will start at 1:30 p.m. here in the same room. Thank you all very much. Are you all ready? Yep, okay, thank you. Okay, welcome back. We'll call the meeting to order. Board of Regents of NKU is now in session. Welcome to everybody who is here, and also all of you who are following this meeting across the streaming as well. Tammy, let's call the roll.
Regent Baranowski. Here. Regent Bainey.
Here.
Regent Henderson.
Here.
Regent Himes.
Here.
Regent Myers. Here. Regent Perry.
Here.
Regent Smith.
Here.
Regent Thompson.
Here.
Regent Ward.
Here.
Regent Williams.
Here.
Regent Zapp.
Here.
Thank you. The first order of business is the approval of minutes from the June 15, 2022 minutes from that meeting. Comments?
Move to adopt.
We have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Second item is approval of the minutes for the July 2021 meeting. Are there any questions after review? If not, do I hear a motion?
Move to adopt.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. I'll now turn it over to the president for his opening comments.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Bainey and members of the board. Can we get the PowerPoint up, please? Very good. Thank you. I would like to, next slide, please. I would like to take a moment to honor a very special friend of the university, Eva G. Farris, who passed away last week. Eva and her husband Oakley were generous supporters of NKU and the region for nearly 30 years. The names of Eva and her husband Oakley are found in many locations on campus, like Steele Library's reading room, the Commons of the College of Informatics, and the outdoor amphitheater overlooking Loch Ness. Hundreds of NKU students have benefited from the Eva G. Farris Scholars Program since the couple established this Farris Business Scholarship Endowment Fund in 2002. Their numerous gifts have funded the building cost of Griffin Hall, renovations of the Steele Library archives, and the sculpture of young Abraham Lincoln outside of Nunn Hall. My sympathies go to Oakley, Eva's family, and to the entire NKU and the Northern Kentucky region community. Eva's dedication to the university and to the region and continued support of student success will be dearly missed. Next slide, please. I want to thank the members of the board and, of course, everyone who's joining the meeting here in person as well as via live stream. We appreciate your presence today. I'd like to first begin by welcoming Rich Bainey back as chair. I'd also like to welcome our newest regents, Nathan Smith, Brad Zapp, and Daniel Myers. Regent Nathan Smith is no stranger to our board. This is his third term. He's an NKU alumnus with a bachelor's degree in political science. He first served as the student regent during his term as SGA president from 1993 to 1994, and also served the board from 2010 to 2016, serving as chair in his last year. Regent Brad Zapp joins us for the first time. He serves on the advisory board for the Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. He's a 2000 graduate of the University of Kentucky, where he majored in economics and finance. Student Regent Daniel Myers is a senior double majoring in marketing and sports business. He has been in his role as SGA president for a few months, and I look forward to his service on the board as well. Welcome to all of you, and thank you for your service. And finally, I would like to thank Regent Andre Ward for his exemplary service as chair of the board for the past 2 years. On a personal note, I've appreciated his friendship, his mentorship, and his guidance over the past 2 years. Thank you, Regent Ward. Next slide, please. At the June board meeting, we welcomed a couple of new members of the cabinet, Jeremy Altop, our VP for Admin Finance and CFO, and Christina Roybal, the VP and Director of Athletics. Today, I'd like to introduce Grant Garber as the new Vice President for Legal Affairs and General Counsel. Grant joined us on July 18th from Auburn University in Alabama, where he served as University Counsel. He also served as the lead counsel for Auburn University Montgomery. In this role, Grant performed all the legal work for AUM, a separately accredited institution led by its own executive team. At Auburn, he focused on a wide range of business issues and projects in employment and student affairs. Prior to his tenure at Auburn University, Grant served as an Associate General Counsel for Ohio University in Athens, Ohio. He began his career working for the law firm in Ohio and North Carolina, where he represented public utilities, universities, and other institutional clients. Grant is a graduate of Georgetown University and the Duke University School of Law. I'm really excited that he's joining us at Norse Nation. I want to thank the advisory committee and especially co-chairs Bonita Brown and Tammy Knockelman for their service during that search process. I'd also like to express my gratitude to Elizabeth Liz Meiser for her support as interim VP for Legal Affairs during the search process. Next slide, please. We have a new member in our Advancement Division who just joined us this week. Shelley Devi is the new Assistant Vice President of Development. Shelley is no stranger to NKU. She earned the Bachelor of Arts degree in English Literature and Theater here in 2000, and she has also served in the Alumni Board of Directors from September 2016 through May 2022. Shelley previously served as the Assistant Vice President of Development for the University of Cincinnati Foundation. And now she'll begin working for a department that just successfully completed the Further Faster campaign. I'm not so sure if, I know Grant is in the audience, and I'm not sure if Shelley is in the audience either, but if, oh, they are. If you don't mind just getting up and waving, that would be very nice. Last month, we welcomed our students, faculty, and staff back to campus. We celebrated the start of another academic year with the annual fall convocation on August 22nd, and fall semester began the following Monday. The Division of Student Affairs hosted its annual Welcome Back series of events called Victor Fest, which just ended this last week. It brought much-needed vibrancy back to campus with 3 weeks of activities for all NKU students. Highlights included Fresh Fusion, a student engagement fair, karaoke night, paint wars, and an outdoor movie. At the Campus Recreation Center, RecFest was an overwhelming success with more than 740 students in attendance. The Rec Center was full of engaging activities, including roller skating, bingo, yard games, mini golf, and a photo booth. The ice cream food truck, Hometown Swirls, was a hit with the students, serving more than 450 ice cream cones in 3 hours. I understand our students had a great time. August 18th was Move-In Day, when more than 400 staff, students, and community volunteers welcomed new student residents to campus. We're at 77% capacity, which is 16% an increase from fall of 2021. Staff and volunteers were happy to welcome students back to campus and provided a great move-in experience. Many have said that it was the best move-in experience they've had since being at NKU, which set the tone for our residential students. I want to express my gratitude to those around the campus, and especially in the residence halls, to see how well we're welcoming our new students and, of course, our continuing students as well. Next slide, please. Just a few minutes ago, we had the opportunity to be part of the ribbon cutting for Opportunity House right down the street from us. We partnered with the Brighton Center, the City of Highland Heights, and the Commonwealth of Kentucky on this innovative project last year to turn an old building into a beacon of hope for learners with a specific need. Last month, 15 people, and as I understand it, the 16th person is going to be very soon moving into their apartments and starting a new chapter in their lives as they begin their journey to go back into full educational success. These foster youth alumni, all 16 of them are pursuing an educational career. Half of them are students at NKU, and the other half are students in the Gateway to NKU program. And we're delighted that we could have this partnership with this community and with Brighton Center. NKU, next slide please. NKU was recently selected as an education partner for Amazon's Career Choice program, providing Amazon's hourly employees access to nearly all undergraduate opportunities at NKU. The program allows employees to learn new skills for career success at Amazon. The program meets individual learners where they are through a variety of education and upskilling opportunities, providing tuition, full college tuition waivers, as well as industry certifications designed to lead to in-demand jobs, as well as foundational skills in English, proficiency, as well as mathematics. This partnership aligns with NKU's learner-focused and regionally engaged mission, providing Amazon employees access to more than 80 undergraduate degree programs and stackable micro-credentials with options for in-person, hybrid, and online classes. Full-time employees are eligible for up to $5,250 in tuition, fees, and course materials annually, while part-time employees are eligible for half that amount. They have the benefit after 90 days of employment with Amazon. This career choice program has a rigorous selection process for third-party educators and choosing partners that are focused on helping employees through their education programs, assisting them with job placements, and offering education that leads to overall career success. And we're really pleased that we are one of those partners. Next slide, please. The annual, from enrollment degree management, the annual number of degrees and certificates NKU awards to graduates continues to increase. Despite the challenges of the pandemic, we are up 27% from 3 years ago in the number of degrees awarded. A couple of ranking pieces of information. World Universities with Real Impact placed NKU in its global top 100 innovative universities list. Universities are evaluated on 6 categories: industrial application, entrepreneurial spirit, ethical values, student mobility and openness, crisis management, and fourth industrial revolution. Within each category, each school is then judged on 3 criteria: innovation, implementation, and impact. In addition to the global top 100 university rankings, NKU also ranked 17th globally in the category of entrepreneurial spirit. The Third Way Economic Mobility Index, as you see on the right-hand side, has ranked NKU in the top tier of colleges and universities in the US when it comes to economic mobility and the return on investment for low-income students and Pell Grant recipients. NKU is the only Greater Cincinnati University in the top tier. By placing in the top tier, NKU is among the top 20% in economic mobility in the nation. NKU has also been awarded a Cornerstone Learning for Living Planning Grant to becoming a star at Northern Kentucky University and beyond, a pathway through the Foundation of Knowledge General Education Program. We are the first institution in the state of Kentucky to have been awarded this nationally competitive planning grant in support of general education. This grant is funded by the Teagle Foundation and the National Endowment for the Humanities. These are truly remarkable accomplishments. Moving on to some of the others. The Institute of Health Innovation was recently awarded a 5-year grant from the Economic Development Administration for a project totaling over $1 million. This grant will expand the university's initiatives for health entrepreneurship and innovation through the NKU Collaborative for Economic Engagement in Covington, our one-stop shared services central innovation hub for businesses and entrepreneurs. These initiatives will leverage the new Life Science Lab, Wet Lab in Covington, regional economic development agencies, and entrepreneurship programs. The Regents anchor healthcare systems and health-related industries, and NKU's technical expertise will advance commercialization efforts. They will increase regional bioscience innovation in Northern Kentucky through skill development and workforce training in STEM, healthcare and entrepreneurship, applied research for economic development, mentoring for commercialization, and targeted entrepreneurial support program founders. I want to congratulate Vice President Valerie Hardcastle and her team as they pursue this important work. The Hale College of Business, next slide please, officially opened the Verst Group Logistics Hub of Supply Chain Excellence on August 23rd. The hub, founded through the partnership and generosity of Paul Verst and Verst Group Logistics, is equipped to serve the heart of the Global Supply Chain Management Program at NKU. It will allow students and alumni the opportunity to connect and engage with businesses and affiliated groups within this growing field. The Hale College of Business also continues to expand its programming internationally through a new partnership with SCMS Group of Educational Institutions in India. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed on June 13th and will enable students of SCMS to enroll in NKU's award-winning MBA program as well as some of its undergraduate degree programs. Under this program, students will begin their studies on-site in India and will have the option of completing their BS/BA degree or their MBA on the NKU campus. This partnership supports not only the university but also the Northern Kentucky Greater Cincinnati's regional global aspirations. I want to congratulate Dean Hassan Hasab El-Nabi and his team that was involved in bringing these opportunities to the front. The College of Business also welcomed Ryan Goss as Director of the Center for Economic Education on August 1st. Ryan is leading NKU's center that increases resources to help K-12 students and local educators learn about economics and personal finance. Next slide, please. In the College of Arts and Sciences, the Center for Integrated Natural Sciences and Mathematics, CINSAM as we know it, was awarded a 5-year, highly competitive National Science Foundation grant totaling nearly $1 million that will help the center design, implement, and assess a structure and programming to increase direct participation of URM and transfer students in STEM research and professionalization. I want to congratulate CINSAM Director Madhura Kulkarni on this wonderful news. University HQ ranked NKU's online history program as the best in the Commonwealth of Kentucky and number 19 in the country. And moving on to additional great news, Professor Justin Yates of Psychology won the APA Division 6 Behavioral Neuroscience and Comparative Psychology Earlier Career Award this year. SOTA and Regents Professor Ken Jones' screenplay of Beyond the Moon, co-written, by the way, with NKU alum Suzanne Fitzpatrick, recently won Best Screenplay at the Global Film Festival Awards. In the College of Education, Drs. Jaysuk Gilbert and Ryan Alverson received a $307,000 grant from the Kentucky Department of Education for conducting an evaluation of the Kentucky Preschool Partnership Grant Program. The purpose of the grant is to encourage cooperative partnerships between public school districts and private child care providers to develop full-day, high-quality programs for at-risk children. Again, congratulations to our faculty for this accomplishment. ABAT, the nation's most prominent accreditor of programs in science, technology, and engineering, announced last month that NKU's bachelor's degree in data science will be the first data science undergraduate degree program to earn ABAT's rigorous accreditation. NKU was selected to be one of only 2 universities to undergo this inaugural accreditation process. Again, congratulations to the faculty and leadership in the Department of Computer Science, as well as the Department of Mathematics and Statistics for helping NKU achieve this distinction. The College of Informatics has also launched a groundbreaking international partnership with St. Andrews Georgian University, Sanghu, in Tbilisi, in Georgia. Students in Georgia will enroll in NKU's online Masters in Cybersecurity program beginning in October and take additional coursework at Sanghu in Georgia. Students from Georgia will visit NKU and the Cincinnati area to learn about U.S. practices in cybersecurity, and NKU faculty will make short annual visits to the campus in Tbilisi to give intensive sessions to students there. This new program originated with the support of the U.S. State Department's International Visitors Leadership Program. And the College of Health and Human Services received a $1 million gift from St. Elizabeth Healthcare to enhance the healthcare workforce. This gift will provide scholarships for juniors and seniors in nursing, respiratory care, radiation therapy, and radiologic science. This gift will also fund 2 summer nurse camps and faculty in nursing to teach and recruit new students. While the state benchmark for the NCLEX-RN, which is the licensure examination to test the competency of nursing graduates' pass rate in Kentucky, is 80%, the BSN program at NKU has a pass rate of 97% in 2021. Given the challenges faced by our faculty, students, and clinical partners during the pandemic, this outcome is truly impressive. And in the Chase College of Law, Governor Beshear appointed Professor Alex Crite to serve as member of the Kentucky Medical Cannabis Advisory Committee to advise him on possible legal access to medical cannabis. The advisory committee hosted a town hall on the NKU campus in July to hear from members of the public on this topic. Professor Crite directs the Chase Center on Addiction, Law, and Policy and is a national expert on substance abuse and the law. And this summer, Chase also hosted a group of incoming first-year law students from diverse backgrounds as part of the Residential Kentucky Legal Opportunity, CLEO program. Students from Chase, the University of Kentucky, and the University of Louisville learn doctrine and legal skills to prepare them for success in law school. Special thanks to Ashley Seymour, Chase Director of Admissions and Student Affairs, for running this program. Next slide, please. The Honors College welcomed Shanda Harris as its new Director of NKU eSports. Shanda is an NKU alumni with a degree in sports business from NKU and a Master of Legal Studies from Chase College of Law. Next slide, please. This fall, the Institute for Student Research and Creative Activity launched a pilot of the First Year Exposure Program, FYRE, This program will involve more than 25 students from 13 majors and 36 faculty who will mentor these students on individual projects in the spring. This is a great opportunity for students to explore undergraduate research early in their academic careers. Experiences like FYRE lead to increased retention and graduation rates for our students. Special thanks and congratulations to Dr. Shiner Riley, the director of ISRCA, on this pilot launch, and of course her Regents professorship. Dr. Riley is a professor of political science at NKU, and she teaches classes in American politics, state politics, and political behavior. And for the first time in NKU's history, 4 members of the university's faculty received the Quality Matters certification mark for their online course design. Dr. Zachary Hart, Dr. Christian Biazin, Dr. Caroline Mackey, and Dr. Shannon Alexander are the ones that have received this certification. This certification is an internationally recognized symbol of online and blended course design quality and represents an ongoing commitment to creating learning environments that provide learners with clear pathways to success. The certifications are results of these professors' dedication to continuous improvement. Now that it has become safe to travel internationally again, we had 149 NKU students study abroad this summer. NKU is also advancing its internationalization agenda by further increasing and diversifying its international student population. International student applications submitted to NKU saw record numbers, which has resulted in enrollment of more than 200 new international students, most of whom are first-time freshmen. This fall, we will have representation from 62 different countries. Moving on to student affairs. This summer, we had 19 students from 5 area high schools who lived on campus for 4 weeks to learn about college life. They attended classes ranging from science to Spanish during the day and participated in several cultural and educational trips, such as college tours and a visit to the Queen City Underground. Thank you to Upward Bound team for making this fulfilling time for many of our future NKU students a reality. Dr. Eddie Howard, our Vice President for Student Affairs, took over as the chair of the Northern Kentucky Chamber's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee on September 1st. NKU is excited about this additional connection between NKU and the Northern Kentucky community. We also have a new partnership that will expand the Help a Norse initiative when students have needs beyond the university's ability to assist. The partnership with Northern Kentucky's Community Action Commission, NKCSC, will provide supportive and developmental services that can help students on their pathway to success to an NKU degree or credential. A staff member from NKCSC will be present on campus twice a month to meet with students who have been referred to the agency so that our students do not have to travel to them. I want to thank Dr. Nisha Wiley for your leadership and Drs. Gannon Tagger, Ryan Paget, Bob Alston, and UCAP Director Peg Adams for collaboration and support of this initiative. And finally, the ARP HERF 3 grant for mental health initiatives has been extended for a second and final year. With this grant, NKU has waived counseling fees for students for the 2022-23 academic year, hired 2 additional contract counselors in counseling services, hired a contract advocate in Norse Violence Prevention Program Center, and funded the first year of Talkspace, a new EAP benefit through Human Resources that provides chat and televideo counseling for faculty and staff. We're also able to provide another year of Norse Support, which is a 1 credit hour course equipping students to become peer-to-peer mental health counselor supports for our students. Moving on to administration and finance, our facilities management group continues to support the Regional Norse Project Search Initiative, which provides job training opportunities to high school students with disabilities. In August, we were able to hire one of our former interns into a full-time custodial position. The Office of the Controller facilitated implementation of a new 4-pay student payment plan, saving the average student more than $200 in charges and evenly spreading out payments across the semester. This has impacted more than 2,100 students so far and a significant improvement of the overall student experience. Moving on to inclusive excellence, you saw a pretty comprehensive report from CDO Darrell Peel this morning, and I will just remind you that we'll be hosting the 2022 Higher Ed Equity Symposium on campus on Tuesday, November 15th. This year's theme is Recruitment, Retention, Realization, a roadmap for promoting equity and student success using inclusion and belonging. The symposium will provide opportunities for faculty, staff, and students in higher education to collaborate on issues related to this theme. And finally, in athletics, I mentioned during our last board meeting that athletics received a naming rights gift for the field at the soccer stadium. This generous gift from the estate of Miss Joyce Brenda Hoskins, her philanthropic spirit has created a lasting impact in Northern Kentucky and Greater Cincinnati, and we are grateful to her and the entire Scudamore family. On August 28th, we celebrated the official naming of the soccer field to Scudamore Field with Brenda's twin brother's son, Richard Scudamore. We were honored to pay tribute to Brenda's life and to Richard's contribution to the soccer community. Chair Bainey and members of the board, that concludes my remarks for today's meeting.
Thank you. We'll now turn to reports of the sessions we had this morning in the Finance and Policy Committee meetings, and I'll call on Kara to tell us what happened.
Thank you, Chair Bainey. Earlier today, we had two presentations that I'm going to attempt to recap. The first was on diversity, equity, inclusion. We heard from Chief Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Officer and Title IX Coordinator Daryl Peel. He provided the board with an update on current diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. He gave an overview of the Office of Inclusive Excellence and discussed the institution-wide goals around diversity. We also heard from Dean Andrea Falcone, who presented some examples of Steele Library's diversity goals. Daryl also discussed DEI training and development, equity guidance for hiring and search processes, the upcoming campus climate survey, the CPE diversity report, the bias incident response protocol and bias incidents response team, as well as Title IX. He also gave us an abbreviated snapshot of the equity analysis and shared the results of outcomes of NKU's inaugural Inclusive Teaching Academy that was held here on campus this past April. And our own student regent, Daniel Myers, provided the board with an overview of a new initiative around Inclusive Excellence Peer Educator program that is launching this fall. Our second presentation this morning was on the appropriate mix and optimization of enrollment. We heard from Provost Matt Cecil, who proposed revenue enhancement strategies in partnership with Dr. Ryan Paget, Assistant Vice President for Enrollment and Student Success, and Mary Shepard, Managing Partner at Academic Partnerships. The group discussed teaching modalities and target audiences for each modality, and then proposed an optimal mix of students to achieve NKU's enrollment and financial goals. A multifaceted revenue growth strategy will be pursued that includes online students and lifelong learners, enabling NKU to reach new audiences, maximize regional impact, increase student success, and achieve financial stability. Chair Bainey, that concludes the recap of the Joint Finance and Policy Committee summaries.
Thank you. Any corrections, comments? There's no action required on that. If not, we'll turn to presidential reports.
Thank you, Chair Bainey. We have 5 presidential reports for your information, and we have members of the President's Cabinet available to answer any questions or comments across each of those 5 reports.
And those were in our materials, and I trust everyone read every word. Any questions? Nope. Thank you. Now we'll turn to the consent agenda. Items C1 through 12 are on the consent agenda. Are there any questions or discussion about those? Nope. Hearing none, I'll would like to know if there's a motion to approve. Thank you.
Second.
Second. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. All right. One more item. Item C13 was not on the consent agenda, and it's about an update on our potential tennis facility. And we'll ask Eric Gentry to come forward to give us an update. And Christina, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Chair Bainey and members of the Board of Regents. Thank you for the opportunity to share the opportunity and excitement behind the Reynolds family. In December 2021, Mr. Ed Reynolds made a generous commitment of $3 million for a new indoor facility.
Hold on just a second, Eric.
There you go. Thank you.
Was that it? All right.
That's it. I'm done.
Okay, go ahead. All good.
Good afternoon, Chair Bainey and members of the Board of Regents. Thanks for the opportunity to share the excitement behind the Reynolds Family Tennis Center. In December 2021, Mr. Ed Reynolds made a generous commitment of $3 million for a new indoor tennis facility on NKU's campus. The board accepted this gift and approved the naming of the Reynolds Family Tennis Center in March 2022. The Reynolds Family Tennis Center, once constructed, will include a minimum of 6 courts with a viewing area, locker rooms, and offices. This is a significant upgrade from the current on-campus outdoor courts. Currently, the NKU tennis student athletes travel almost daily to off-campus, non-university facilities for practice and competitions. Once completed, the Reynolds Family Tennis Center will enhance the university's tennis program, elevating the program in the region and the Horizon League. Additionally, when the men's and women's tennis team is not using the facility, the center will be used to bring the tennis community and future students to campus. The NKU Foundation is working to finalize a pro forma for the construction and operations of the tennis center. This will be shared and vetted with foundation leadership, the athletic department, and university leadership. The goal of this project is to be, at a minimum, a self-sustaining facility. Today, we are seeking your approval to allow the president to negotiate and enter into a ground lease with the NKU Foundation for this project.
Questions, and just for everybody's information, several of us who are members of the Board of Regents also serve on the executive committee of the foundation. So we've already spent time walking through and looking at the plan and what we expect it to do. One of the things that we talked about with the foundation was, we would like to see a pro forma, and that the board would really want to understand the model before we would commit to the ground lease that would result in us taking back at some point and operating this tennis facility. You want to speak at all to an update on where we are in developing the business plan?
So we have a working group that meets every 2 weeks to work through different business operations of the facility. It includes the athletic department staff, includes university facilities, and includes members of the Board of Regents, as well as our external architects and engineers that we're working with. We're in current discussions with third-party operators to look at how the opportunities are to generate additional revenue from the facility when the men's and women's tennis team is not practicing or playing. Those are items that I expect over the next several weeks will be developed and finalized and be able to be brought back to the Foundation Finance Committee and the Foundation Executive Committee, and then eventually to the president in this group for discussion.
Timing? How long does all that?
Timing, I would hope that we'll be looking at about a 2-month period that we'd be able to bring things back and hopefully have some finalization to it. We're working to finalize the cost on construction right now.
Okay. And before we discussion or questions, Christina, you want to say anything about the opportunity this presents?
Yes. So this facility, if we look at the courts that we have on campus, unfortunately, they're not courts that we can compete, let alone practice on. So this facility will allow our program to have a very nice facility that's going to be easily accessible to them. Right now, currently in the Horizon League, we have a partnership with the OVC for, on the men's side, 11 teams competing, and on the women's side, 7 teams. Having this an opportunity where those students are coming to our campus as well is great. But this is seen bigger than that. It's bigger than just athletics. It's an opportunity for our community as well.
Yeah. Questions?
Yeah, I mean, so we always hear about the basketball arena, we have problems that we could have more events there, but because of practice facilities we do not have. Have we considered that if we're building this out here, we're having HVAC-ish built and stuff, have we thought about building a practice facility with it?
A basketball practice facility in the same location. As of right now, though, we haven't continued any conversations in that area. It's not to say that down the road that wouldn't be a possibility. But as of right now, we're looking just at this tennis project.
I've only sat through these discussions, so I'm speaking with no expertise. the location probably wouldn't handle what would be required for that facility. That'd have to go somewhere else. It's a pretty tight spot, right? I mean, yeah.
Well, maybe it's not the right spot.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, go ahead, Eric.
So the challenge with the project has been finding the right site location. I've learned through this project, and I don't know if anyone from facilities is here, we don't have a lot of solid soil on this campus, and so finding a good location that we're able to build and not take up additional property that is also being planned for has been really part of the challenge in identifying location. We've looked at about 6 different site locations on campus and finally settled on this site.
Although I think there is a site that has been identified that would accommodate a basketball practice facility, correct? Or a multi-purpose.
Currently in the master plan, there is a site location for an additional basketball practice facility.
Yeah. And this would be how many courts?
A minimum of 6.
Okay. Other discussion? So just a reminder, what we're talking about is we are authorizing the oh, sorry. Go ahead, Daniel.
Quick question, where on campus is the site location?
So the site location, it is in the recommendation. It's on the back of Lot O off of Truist Arena. If you're looking at the soccer stadium, it would be to the right of the soccer stadium, to the back of Lot O at Truist Arena.
So just a reminder that we're authorizing the foundation to move ahead with its planning, its site selection, building a plan. This will come back to us again, you know, for another bite and another look at it before it would move ahead. Yes, Andre.
So on the naming rights, then the $3 million gift, that is restricted for what specific purpose? Is it for operations? It's for planning, site planning and construction?
The restriction is just to the tennis center itself, so it could be for the operations. I do not expect it to cover operations. It will cover construction. So it's for the build construction of an indoor tennis center, minimum of 6 courts, with a viewing area, locker rooms, and offices.
But then the performer coming back will help provide insight on the operational dollars that will be needed for the ongoing care, staffing, maintenance, et cetera.
Correct. The construction, the financing, and the ongoing maintenance and operation of the facility.
Does it pay for itself? Or the events?
So the original pro forma that was developed about 1.5 years ago, when construction costs were a little bit lower than they were, it was a break-even project with a very conservative pro forma. Construction costs have increased, and so the cost of the project has gone up considerably, as well as with costs associated with addressing some of the foundation issues that we were talking about earlier. And so that's where we have to go back with a third-party operator to make sure that the operations does sustain itself. Yeah.
So we're going to outsource this?
So that's part of the due diligence we're doing right now. So we are talking with 2 different third-party operators at how do we generate revenue during the time that the men's and women's tennis team is not playing or practicing. They would be the main tenant of the facility. So during those windows that they're not playing or practicing, how do we generate revenue for the facility?
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. So we're looking for a motion that would allow the foundation to move ahead with its planning and its site planning. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, just to be clear on the motion is to authorize to move forward on the consideration and the performer Or what is the?
And the site,
And the site as?
site planning,
The site planning.
yes. Yeah. Yeah,
I
go
can
ahead.
make the motion, or I'll attempt to. I'd like to move to authorize the foundation to execute a ground lease upon receipt of a pro forma that this project is a self-supporting facility as we develop the Reynolds Family Tennis Center.
Good.
Second.
Hold on just a second. Oh, I'm sorry. We have to revise, we have to authorize the president to work with the foundation.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Then I'll move to authorize the president to execute a ground lease agreement with the NKU Foundation upon receipt of the pro forma that the project is a self-sustaining facility as they develop the Reynolds Family Tennis Center.
That is correct. Thank you, and thank you, Ashish.
Second.
We have a motion?
Yes,
Second?
second.
Second by Ken. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you. All right, so now, Board of Regents needs to go into executive session pursuant to KRS 61.8101C in order to discuss matters of potential and pending litigation. I move that the board go into executive session pursuant to KRS 61.8101 and C. Is there a motion? Move.
Second.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. The board will now go into executive session. Thank you. The executive session of the Board of Regents has concluded. No other matters were discussed. No final action was taken. The board is now back in open session and will proceed. Any other business to come before the board this afternoon?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Huh. Thank you.
Thank you, man.